Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis is ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody, let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope this show finds you in good spirits, because another day above the earth, another day above the earth is a blessing. Let's not forget that. I hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits. Seriously. Hopefully you guys had a good weekend, good long weekend. If you were actually celebrating Memorial Day weekend, because I know there's a lot of people watching from all over the globe. All right. But again, if you were, hopefully you enjoyed it. Pools are now back open, allegedly. Not in my neck of the woods. Well, they are, but who would want to jump in the pool when it's this cold outside? It's cold, okay, to jump in a pool right now, but still, pools are open, so kids can go and play and have fun, right? But anyway, we're not here talking about pools. We're going to get into the nitty gritty. We're here for day 10. Day 10 of this Diddy trial. This is absolutely insane. So we're going to get straight into it. So do me a favor, okay? Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. All right? Hit that reaction button if you are watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you are hitting that follow button on that platform, on those platforms, okay? Because I'm on all of them, okay? Hit that subscribe button here on my main channel on the YouTubes. Go to my second channel on YouTube. It's called The Pascal Show Clips. Go and subscribe over there. We got some great content over there as well. I basically call that like my B-sides, right? It's the B-sides. That's what that channel is. So go and check it out, okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Okay? PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, okay? Go check it out. All right, let's get into it, guys. We have got to get into some things because there's a lot of things that have already been going on. A lot of things have been percolating out here in these streets. And if you don't know, well, you're about to know, okay? If you don't know, now you know. Diddy is in trial right now as we speak. This is a bad one, guys. Why? Because we got another former assistant on the stand. And I got to tell you guys, this is not looking good. Right now, it's not looking good. We're going to be doing a lot of catch up, and then we're going to be right where right where we're at right now. We're going to go from the very beginning of this trial all the way up to where they are now. And we're going to be doing the live, checking out the live tweets and all that stuff. Okay. There will be a small lunch break in the middle. Okay. Where I can go use the restroom, make a sandwich or something like that, eat that really quick so I can come back and give you guys the second half of the trial. Okay. Now he has a former assistant on the stand. Okay. Oh, and also this will be one continuous live. So I'll go and take the break, get some food, come back and continue, just so you guys know. All right. So if you're wanting live updates, etc., just stay with us here. We're going to be going through it, and we're going through it till the end till court is adjourned for the day. Okay. So for Diddy right now, this is now the moment he should be very terrified or very worried, okay? Not only just because he had other assistants speaking out and testifying against him as well, but this one has a lot to do with his interaction with Kid Cudi. Yeah, the whole thing where he literally broke into Kid Cudi's home after finding out that Kid Cudi was stooping his girl, Cassie, even though they were on a break, right? He alleges, or it's been alleged, that he says out loud that he wants to unalive Kid Cudi. So we're going to be hearing some testimony from this former assistant, Capricorn Clark, who gives out all kinds of crazy information. And again, this is what we were saying before. Let prosecution cook. Let them do what they do. They're setting the groundwork and setting the background stories about him, telling the story, setting it up for the jury. And now I think they're now going to start knocking them all down with testimony from Capricorn Clark and God knows who else later on this week or throughout this week. This is going to be a very crazy one. So we're going to get straight into this here. But of course, we got to go into, go backwards and then go from the beginning of the trial to where we are today. But hold on one second. Make sure I have all this stuff set up and ready to go. But man, Capricorn Clark is out here saying some serious stuff. This is also the same woman who called Diddy the devil. Let's not forget that as well. She really did call him the devil, okay? Because of what she witnessed, what she endured, and all that, okay? But before we go even more into all that, let's go to, hold on one second, guys. Interesting. This is something I think we should see so we know what we're kind of walking into, which is very interesting. Because we got several more weeks left, right? We have like 5 weeks left, 5 of them, okay? And we're marching into June. So just so you know, they are sitting here saying they're optimistic that they should have everything to the jury for them to deliberate by the 4th of July. Take a look at this. So today will mark the 10th day of testimony, which I've already been saying a billion times, right? And lawyers and the judge are cautiously optimistic about meeting their goal of turning the case over to the jurors so that they can deliberate whether or not Diddy is a guilty son of a gun or not. They believe that they'll be able to have everything over to the jurors for deliberation, deliberation by the 4th of July. So as long as defense stays to a week, I think that's July 4th fair. This is what lead prosecution said, okay, and told the judge before adjournment last week. So the case got off on a slow start, which we already know because they were doing a very extensive direct, cross, redirect, recross. I mean, it kept going back and forth for days with Cassie Ventura, which I don't blame both sides. I mean, she is the star witness. You're going to want to get as much information as you can. Now, here's some information that I think is really important before we march into the actual testimony of Capricorn Clark. Okay, so Thursday, just so you guys know, we already knew that Kid Cudi took the stand. All right, he testified about his relationship with Cassie Ventura and the terrible, toxic nature of the relationship she had with Diddy. So he testified, Kid Cudi testified that his car was torched with a Molotov cocktail after his relationship with Cassie ended. Well, that's not really, no. I guess it was after his relationship with Cassie ended. My bad. Okay. And of course, he suspected that Diddy was involved. What's also very interesting, which is very important, Diddy's team is trying to get that part of the trial or that part of his testimony thrown out. That's what they did over this weekend. Over this long weekend, they sent out a motion to try to strike parts of Kid Cudi's testimony, especially the conversation about the Molotov cocktail on his beautiful Porsche. Okay? So they try to get that. They're trying to strike stuff from Kid Cudi's testimony, especially revolving around the car. Okay? So he said he and Ventura stopped seeing each other, noting the drama was too out of hand and to give her some space. In other words, he was scared out of his mind, y'all. Sure, I'm going to give her some space, but by giving her some space, I don't have to worry about my livelihood. Let's keep it a bean. So, Diddy's former assistant, George Kaplan, also went to the stand on Thursday. He described his duties, which include cleaning up liquor bottles and baby oil from these hotel rooms. All right. So, let's get straight into she's called to the stand, okay? So she also started at Bad Boy Records in 2004, and she worked for Diddy until 2020. So until the pandemic, that's 16 years. You understand? She also served as Cassie Ventura's creative director until 2018, she told the court. Do you know how long she's been working for Diddy? That's a long ass time. 16 years. This is one person that Diddy should be biting his nails. Terrified. Okay? Terrified. 16 mother-loving years. She knows exactly where all the bodies are buried, y'all. This isn't just somebody who's like, he's a god amongst men. I learned so much from him. Right? She stuck around. And she stuck around for a long time, which is insane because whatever she says on in this testimony, saying like she saw violence, she saw all types of attacks and all that, it's pretty insane because all these other men that were personal assistants of Diddy, right? They all left after a couple years because they couldn't take seeing the violence anymore. Capricorn Clark, been there, done that, and still stuck around, guys. For 16 years. Hamburger. She has seen some things, guys. Like I said, she knows exactly where the bodies are buried. Get ready. It's about to get nuck and futz. All right. Rianne, thank you so much for being a member for the past 27 months. I appreciate it. Yay. Over 2 years. Woo! That's a beautiful thing. Thank you so much. All right. What's up, family? Miss y'all's because I was very ill. I hope you're feeling better. Okay. But here today, preserving after Nurse Talk. Hopefully you're feeling a lot better. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm, hopefully everybody's doing better. Okay. Feeling better. Okay. I was just watching that surprise witness, BJ, in BJ Investigate. She's even sitting here saying that she's coming under the weather. She's getting sick as well. So hopefully everybody, including BJ, feel better. All right. Because of course she's been doing a fantastic job over there. Shout out to her channel. Definitely go check out that surprise witness if you get a chance. She had her people come and raid my channel last week or 2 weeks ago, and I really appreciate that. So of course, show her some love. Go over there and check it out. All right. Check out her channel. She's doing fantastic coverage on this as well. So hopefully everyone starts to feel better. I feel like everything has been like this. You know what I mean? With the weather, it's been insane. So I can see people getting sick right now. Hold on one second. I just saw something and now it disappeared. Gemini, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. All the way from across the pond. Thank you so much. There you go, love. Thank you so much, love. All right, guys, let's get into this. So this is insane. Okay. Capricorn says Diddy threatened to unalive her while talking about Suge Knight. So Diddy's former employee, who was there for 16 years, described how she was once in fear for her life after he threatened to unalive her while discussing Suge Knight. I wonder why. Clark, Combs, and Combs' head of security, Uncle Paulie, were walking through Central Park in New York City when Diddy brought up Knight. Capricorn Clark described Diddy's calm demeanor in expressing his anger over learning that she had once worked for the Death Row Records kingpin. When the prosecution asked Capricorn if she took this threat as serious, she said, very serious. So they're just randomly just taking a casual walk in Central Park, just having a great old time. Diddy's got his hands behind his back, just strolling, looking at the birds and the bees. And suddenly, out of nowhere, they have a conversation about Suge Knight. And Capricorn, or at least Diddy, had to have known that she worked for Suge Knight, or at least worked for Death Row Records at some point. I mean, that would be kind of the obvious thing, especially when you're getting hired for the job. I'm sure is on her resume. Yeah, I used to work for Death Row Records, right? But this is crazy to me that he was suddenly randomly in Central Park as the flowers are blooming and the birds are chirping and the bees are buzzing. He says, I'm going to take you out. Like that doesn't make any sense. Now, one other thing is for sure. If he had just found out, which is weird, think about this. If he had just found out, then whoever hired her didn't do their due diligence, like read her doggone resume. I could see him being angry, thinking that she could be a plant, that she could be, a rat, playing double agent in some weird way, working for Diddy, but actually working for Death Row. I could see something like him being that kind of paranoid. But at the same time, that's a little weird, right? It's a little weird. Just hanging out, and her, Diddy, and the head of security, right? That just seems a little bit weird to me. But apparently he threatened her life, and she took it seriously, right? So Combs said, I like pew-pews, while discussing issues with 50 Cent. 50 Cent has entered the building. The defendant once made a vague threat regarding 50 Cent, according to Capricorn. After Diddy and 50 Cent finished doing press for MTV, the defendant told his manager that he was having an issue with the rapper, real name Curtis Jackson, which we already know, it's 50 Cent, all right? So he punctuated the chat with, I like pew-pews. Well, he didn't say pew-pews. That would have been weird if he said, he's just sitting there going, yeah, I like pew-pews. That's not very gangsta. You know what I mean? That ain't gangsta. But he did say that he likes those kind of weapons, allegedly. So he made threats, and he's like, hey, I don't mind, pulling the heater out and go on 50 Cent. I'm with it. But he said, yeah, I like pew-pews. Someone threatened to throw Capricorn Clark into East River over missing jewelry, she says. So Capricorn told the court that Diddy once accused her of stealing 3 pieces of high-end jewelry that he had given on loan. He had been given on loan, and subjected her to a lie detector test when it went missing. What's interesting is we heard that not from George Kaplan, but from James. What's his name? The other assistant. Wasn't it the other assistant that was actually he was the one who was attacked? Or not attacked, I'm sorry. He was the one who was brought in and was like, sit down, man. Because he was accused of, he was also someone that he thought could have stolen the jewelry. Was it Kaplan? I thought it was the other guy. But still, it's insane. Brought him in to sit down and do a lie detector test. She testified that Diddy had tasked her with bringing the jewelry to Teterboro Airport, and she didn't realize the items were gone until they were at the airport. So Clark told the court that she was brought to an office she didn't recognize in New York City after being questioned for hours on the matter. A heavyset man on the 6th floor of the building told her she was there to take a lie detector test, and that if she failed, he would throw her into the East River, she said. Okay. Sorry. So it was George Kaplan. You're right. Sorry about that, guys. All these former assistants and former employees and all that, right? So George Kaplan, another former assistant, who worked for Diddy, testified last week that he was also ordered to take a lie detector test on 2 different occasions during his employment. And that was one of them, right? One of those times, it's David James. Yes, David James and George Kaplan. And one of those times, he was being interrogated about missing jewelry. And this has to be the same jewelry that went missing, right? Or over the same situation, right? So Capricorn Clark says she was subjected to days of lie detector tests. That's insane. After 3 pieces of jewelry went missing, Clark told the court that she was told she wasn't free to leave. Told that she wasn't free to leave until she passed a lie detector test. That's massively big, by the way. She is being held against her will, guys. Could that be kidnapping? Held against her will. You are not free to leave until you pass a lie detector test. So hold on. How many lie detector tests did she how many lie detector tests did she have to do? That's insane. That's insane. So the first test was inconclusive, and she was threatened again with being thrown into the East River by the man who is administering this actual polygraph. This is what Capricorn Clark said. She was brought home and forced back there the next day, saying she was told by Diddy security she was not free. She was not free to leave until she was cleared of any wrongdoing. It took 5 days to take a test. She did not want to take the test, but she wanted to get through the ordeal and prove her innocence. I'm sorry. 5 whole days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of taking a doggone test over and over and over again until you actually prove that you're not lying, that you did not steal anything. And as soon as that happened, I would have been like, deuces. I would have chucked up the deuces. I would have been gone, guys. I would have been gone. This is my immediate resignation. You don't need 2 weeks or 6 months notice. I'm out. I would have been done after that. See, I didn't steal nothing. And what you just did is illegal. I'm out. You're holding me against my will. You're giving me death threats. Bye. Consider this my resignation. I'm out. That's insane. Okay. Yes. Toodles. You know what I mean? I don't, that's not very pew pews. It's like I like pew pews, right? I just don't see. You know what I mean? Toodles. It's not very gangster. Okay. You know what I mean? But I can see something like that with Capricorn Clark, though. I'm so out of here. Toodles. You know what I mean? So working for Diddy was stressful 24/7. And it also led to hair loss. So alopecia, I'm assuming. This is what Capricorn Clark says. So Clark lost hair and barely slept due to the 24-hour stress of her job working for Diddy, the former assistant said. For a $55,000 a year salary. Oh my God. That's how much she got paid to work from 7 a.m. to 4 a.m., doing everything from research to fetching dry cleaning and food. $55,000. You know, it's funny because there was another guy who was his executive, George Kaplan, was making over $125,000 a year working as Diddy's assistant. She was there for 16 years. I'm hoping she got some sort of pay raise. That guy was there for not even a full 2 years. She was there for 16 years, $55,000 salary to work those kind of crazy hours. And remember, some of y'all were like 125,000 for what he did a year for George Kaplan. Some of y'all like, that ain't even enough, man. This girl was giving him caviar service, but getting paid McDonald's dollar menu prices. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why would you stay? Why the hell would you stay? Okay. So the witness said she even suffered from stress-related, there it is, alopecia, a clinical term for hair loss due to her boss's nonstop demands. $55,000 a year. You're getting what? 3-4 hours, if you're lucky, of sleep a day for 16 years. You are getting held against your will, being asked, and not only just that, just being threatened, your life being threatened, and you're getting $55,000 a year for that? Wow. So Diddy's hotel setup required substances, baby oil, and IV drips, according to Capricorn. So part of Clark's job was to set up these hotel rooms, which she told the court required substances and an IV drip. She said she would unpack his clothing and make sure his personal belongings were in place, which included baby oil and a small camera. Part of the setup required a toiletry bag with substances such as E. He also required IV drips for himself and Cassie, which he said contained something similar to serotonin supplements that would help them recover from the substance use, because, by the way, they did a whole lot of it. Combs commanded Cassie to move at his direction in front of other women. This is what Capricorn said. So Diddy once forced Cassie to obediently move at his command in front of other women. She recalled a 2010 interaction with Diddy at his LA home when he questioned why she didn't have a boyfriend. That's when Diddy summoned Cassie into the room and had her sit down, stand up, and turn around on command, Clark said. Diddy then allegedly added that you B words don't want to do that, and that's why you don't have a man. I'm sorry. That is okay. Hold on. Stop it. Okay. First off, that's insane that he's having a conversation with Capricorn Clark, and I'm sure they talked about a lot of things. And he says, hey, why ain't you got a man? I don't see you out here. I don't see you talking to nobody. What's up with that? And she's like, I just don't have a boyfriend right now. Does she have time to have a boyfriend? You realize that the few hours that she gets by herself, pretty much, she's probably sleeping, for crying out loud, right? She ain't got time for the hibbity dibbity. The whole time you're tired. You just want to sleep. You ain't sitting there going, oh, I really want some vitamin D. No, you want sleep. You're not thinking about that. You're not thinking about that sideways samba. Where would she have time for a boyfriend? You think Diddy would be okay with that? Oh, you snooping that guy? Oh, okay, cool. No, he'd be like, no, you need to be over here because I need you to do more hours with me, right? He wants control of all these women. That's clear as day. So then he says, he brings Cassie in, and like a robot, she does all these things that he asks her to do, and she does it on demand. Hey, sit up. All right, stand up. Sit down. All right, stand up and turn around. Do a nice slow turn all the way around. We want to see the full 360. She does all of that. Cassie does. And then he goes, you can leave. You can go. And then he says, that's why you B words don't have that. Don't want that, because that's why you ain't got a man, because you're not willing to be submissive. subservient to a man. Wow. This dude is on one, man. Capricorn says she was asked to obtain substances for Diddy, which is obviously an ongoing theme we've heard a million times before. All right. So there were times when Diddy asked Clark to obtain substances on his behalf, including illicit types of substances, as well as prescription medication, she testified. Clark told the court that while Diddy usually obtained substances on his own, she sometimes was asked to get the substances for him. She said Diddy once asked her to get him that yayo, gotta gasolina, while they were in the south of France in 2006. He also asked her to get prescription substances in her name and that he would pay for it, Clark said. Clark also broke down in tears, saying Diddy lunged at her, tried to shove her out of home. So she recalled in 2006 an incident at Diddy's Miami home where he forcefully shoved her. She said she used her hands. Clark used her hands in a shoving motion while describing how an enraged Diddy allegedly pushed her around while saying, "If you hate it here, get the F out of my house." That was crossing my boundary, a tearful Clark told the jurors of the incident. Hold on, wait a second. So you mean to tell me that was the moment that you said I had enough? That was crossing a boundary. What? You were there for 16 years. I know this isn't like the first 2 years of her employment with Diddy at Bad Boy Records, but at the same time, are you kidding me? That was crossing my boundary. How about all the other stuff? How about you getting put in a car, against your will, to drive out to Kid Cudi's car to possibly witness the possible unaliving and the demise of Kid Cudi? I mean, again, like that's also crossing a line for sure, right? And that's, of course, Capricorn Clark. So Clark told Cassie that dating Kid Cudi would get us all unalived. So she urged her to get a burner phone. That's interesting. Why would it get Capricorn Clark unalived, right? The burner phone that Cassie Ventura used to contact Kid Cudi was purchased at Clark's urging, she told the court. She said that she picked up Cassie one day and Cassie asked Kid Cudi to join them, which Clark said was a bad idea. Clark testified that she was concerned that Cassie was texting her on a phone paid for by Diddy, and that wasn't a good idea. Clark told Cassie Clark took Cassie to Best Buy to buy a new phone because she feared Cassie was going to get us all unalived. This is what she testified. But that's very interesting, right? That's very interesting. That one moment, she is just working for Diddy, and then the next minute she's kind of thrown into the middle of the drama. And of course, instead of her going like, maybe trying to stay out of it, I don't know. And that's the one thing I don't understand. How is this going to get all of them? Why would this all of a sudden get Capricorn Clark unalived? Of all people, why Capricorn Clark possibly getting unalived? You see what I'm saying? That's a thing that just doesn't make any sense to me. All of a sudden, her whole life is over, or could be unalived or lost with Cassie and Kid Cudi. Why? Right? I'm wondering about that. Because again, she took her to get that new phone at Best Buy because she feared for her own life, as well as Cassie's and Kid Cudi's, which is very interesting. But maybe there's more explanation somewhere else. We're going to be looking at a bunch of articles. We're going to be looking at Inner City Press with their transcript. Okay, their shorthand transcript, but still, it's a good transcript nonetheless, right? But like I said, yeah, Lee, it don't add up. Like I'm going, why would you be added to the mix of problems unless you are the one who helped hook them up, helped hook Cassie with Kid Cudi? You know, you were the matchmaker, if you will. But I don't know. This is going to be interesting. So get dressed. We're going to unalive Kid Cudi. This is what Capricorn said. Combs was actually enraged about Kid Cudi. So this is going to be very interesting. And see, even after all of this happened in 2011. Just so really quick, before we continue on, we already know about the story of him breaking into Kid Cudi's home and be like, yeah, I'm here, man. What's up? I'm waiting for you, dog. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Diddy gets a phone call from Kid Cudi and it's like, yo, man, I understand you in my house. Yeah, bro. I'm just here waiting for you. Come through. Come on, baby. You know what I mean? That's crazy. That's really crazy. After all that, like I said, even at that moment, you are working for Diddy. I'm still after this going, I'm out. I can't do this anymore. This is getting crazy and too dangerous. I don't condone this violence. Chucking up the deuces, okay? Chucking up the toodles. You know what I mean? I'm out. But she still stuck around for 9 more years after this, y'all. Insane. Hold on. Oh, that coffee. But insane. So let's look at this. Again, he said, get dressed, Capricorn. We're going to go and take out Kid Cudi. That's insane. So Clark recalled the morning of December 22nd, 3 days before, oh, holy night. You know what I mean? 2011, when Diddy banged on her apartment door, as her enraged boss said that they were going to confront Kid Cudi, which we already know his name is Scott Cudi. Clark said Diddy was visibly furious. His pants split at the crotch as he paced back and forth with a pew-pew. Now, wait a second. Why is his pants split at the crotch? Did he get so mad that he just did a James Brown split? Like, what's up with that? Yeah! You know what I mean? Was he that mad that he just had to do a splits? Just bang out a splits really quick and it split his pants? You know what I'm saying? He's like, jump back, kiss myself. Ha! Like, what happened? Why did that happen? Did he try to jump a bush or something? Like, I'm wondering, you know what I mean? Was he scaling a fence to get to Capricorn Clark's apartment? I'm just saying, how did he split his pants? And why was he still wearing those pants? Why didn't they double back real quick and then go back to Capricorn Clark's home later? He didn't give a damn about how he looked. He lost his doggone mind. How? You know what I mean? What's up with that? That's weird. So he paced back and forth with, you can see his skivvies because he got a big old split in his pants. No big deal. He's just lost his doggone mind. He just said, get dressed. We're going to unalive Kid Cudi. That's what she testified. And then she said the pew-pew was in his hand. So he was holding a mother-loving firearm. And he said, hey, we going to do this. With the split pants. The witness testimony could be crucial to the government's racketeering case if prosecutors can show Diddy marshaling his company's resources for use in a criminal action, which is what they're basically laying out right about now. Because it wasn't just Diddy there. It was also his bodyguard there as well. Kid Cudi had earlier testified about Diddy's rage when he learned that Cassie was stooping him. So, like I said before, like we've all been saying, most people who are sitting here going like, we don't really see anything going on as far as them talking about the racketeering and the RICO charges. You see, we haven't seen much of that right now. So, well, we're now seeing it. And I think that's the other reason why we're seeing why Kid Cudi came up and testified. That's a clear situation, right? The other reason why we're seeing Capricorn Clark step forward. We're hearing things from Cassie in the very beginning. Like I said, they laid the groundwork. They laid down the information out so that they can come in and start knocking these mother lovers down, because everybody's been like, where is the information? I even said it too. I even said it myself, because I was like, they need to make it clear as day for this jury. Make it clear as day. And now we're starting to see it. He's in the room, split pants and a pew-pew in his hand, mad as hell. Okay. Like it is a phenomenon. Deb B. Yeah. Deb. Yeah. It's a phenomenal detail. Like, I don't think you can make that up. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, he was holding the teddy bear while he was pacing back and forth. Like, no, that is such an interesting detail, that he was so enraged, that he was so mad that he split his pants somehow, and he didn't care. He didn't care about his appearance. He didn't care about, looking like Boo Boo the Fool out here in front of his assistant or his bodyguard or anything. He was on a mission to try his best to take out Kid Cudi, because no one could have Cassie except him. That's crazy. Now, some of y'all saying, oh, she's capping. She lying. If she's lying, why would she give us this information? You also got to remember, the phone conversation did happen between Kid Cudi and Capricorn Clark. That's the only reason why he even knew anything happened about someone going in and breaking into his home. Had he not gotten that phone call from Capricorn Clark, he would not know. There'd be no testimony from him right now. You see what I'm saying? Even with the car going up in flames, none of that would be in this whole testimony. It'd be gone. It'd be thrown out the window. So again, she ain't lying. She is not lying. The split pants is wild. It's wild. And in a way, it's like, thank God he split his pants, because that makes it more authentic. It makes her story that more authentic. That he was that mad, that enraged, that he did not care about how he looked. He was a man on a mission. And all he wanted to do was take Kid Cudi out. That's it. So Capricorn Clark says she called Cassie while Diddy broke into Kid Cudi's home. So again, very interesting. Yeah, it is like a comedy. It does feel like a little bit of a comedy, right? He's just pacing back and forth. Like, it's like, man, you see that in like a Tyler Perry comedy, right? Why the man got it? Like, and it would be a whole meme. It would be a whole ongoing joke online in one of his newest movies. You know what I'm saying? That'd be the talk of the whole movie to begin with, right? But this is real. This is real life. So, and again, she called Cassie, which is interesting. Because she's like, he's breaking into Kid Cudi's home right now, right? So Clark told the court. Clark told the court that she was sitting in a car at Kid Cudi's home when Diddy accessed the main door of the rapper's property. So he found a way to jimmy the lock and get into the front door of Kid Cudi's home. So she called Cassie from the car and told her that Diddy came to Kid Cudi's home to unalive Kid Cudi. This is what she testified. She said that Diddy came back to the car. and asked to see her phone, calling the last number on the call history. Clark said Diddy ordered her to call Cassie and let her know that Diddy had her, and that he wasn't going to let Clark go until Cassie came back to him. So he ordered Clark to call Cassie and to tell her that let Cassie know that she's being held against her will by Diddy now, and that he wasn't going to let Capricorn go until Cassie came back to him. So once Cassie came back to him, he was going to let Capricorn Clark go. Cassie calmly agreed. Cassie testified, and then Clark went to pick her up. That's this. They returned home. They returned to Diddy's home, where Diddy allegedly told them not to speak to the police and urged them to convince Kid Cudi not to tell the police he was involved as well. So he said, "You better call Cassie right now, Capricorn, and you better tell her to get her ass back right now, or you ain't going nowhere." Before we go into these updates, let's see what's going on here. Or actually, let's take a look at CNN right quick. Because there's a bunch of updates. My Lord. This is just insane. Let's see. Okay, this is... So it says here... Well, hold on. Okay. Former employee began her music career at Def Jam Records. So she was the former director of marketing for Diddy. And she had been involved in the music industry since shortly after graduating from high school, when she landed an internship at Def Jam Records. She said both her parents lost their lives shortly after that, which meant she had to start life a lot earlier. After Def Jam, she worked for Death Row Records, which Suge Knight then managed. Around 2004, she started working for Combs at Bad Boy Records, or Bad Boy Entertainment, as his personal assistant, she said. After briefly leaving in 2006, she returned to work for him in 2007 as the director of marketing for Sean John Women's. Now, what's interesting about this is that it must have been that fight where he's like, if you have a problem with this, if you don't like what I do, then get the F out my house, right? And she said that was crossing the line. So she must have left after that. And then somehow she came back a whole year later and started working for Diddy as the director of marketing, which I don't know. Maybe she said, "I know where the bodies are buried, Diddy." And he's like, "Oh, well, how about if I just give you a new position? You know, instead of you being my personal assistant, why don't you just be the director of marketing? How about that? Since you already know where the bodies are buried," right? Maybe that's what happened here. She came back, though. She went back. That's insane. She said she became a global brand director in 2008 before being terminated in 2012. She then worked as Cassie's creative director from 2016 to 2018. And then again, like I said, she was still there until 2020. So she stayed. She was a loyal employee of this company and of Diddy's, even after all of these crazy roller coaster rides that she went on. So she says she was threatened on her first day. Okay, so this is back to the Central Park part, but this is important, I think. So on her first day working for Diddy, 2004, she said that he took her to Central Park with his security guard sometime after 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So they're in Central Park, walking through Central Park at night. Yeah, he was trying to intimidate and scare the hell out of this woman, for sure. Okay? There, he brought up her former employment at Death Row Records, which was founded by, where to know about, his nemesis, Suge Knight. He told me that he didn't know that I had anything to do with Suge Knight. And if anything happened, he would have me unalived, or he would have to unalive me, she said. The security guard stood by silently while Combs threatened her, she said. She also said that she told Diddy at the time, "We'll just have to see." She testified that she felt she couldn't convince him that she was trustworthy at the time, and said could have been more transparent about her employment background. Again, like I said before, maybe he thought that she was like a plant. And given the fact that they were arch enemies at that time, and I guess still to this day, maybe he just felt threatened and worried that she was going to be, leaking things to Suge Knight, trying to get all the dirt on Diddy, blah, blah, blah. So he's like, hey, you here, but if I find out that you're leaking stuff to the other people, to the enemy, you're going to be 6 feet under. You feel me? That could be it. That could be it. Still, though, shouldn't have been doing that. That's not good. You know what I mean? So she remembers Combs discussing pew-pews once. This all has to do with the 50 Cent situation. So they got into an elevator after Combs did a MTV event that also involved 50 Cent. Diddy told his elevator companions, or the people in the elevator, he had an issue with 50 Cent. And after further conversation, he said, "I don't do that. I like guns." So Diddy's demeanor was very serious, she said. "I don't do that. I like pew-pews." This is such a weird thing to say. But, interesting. Moving on. So she was accused of stealing jewelry, and this is what she testified. So one time, Diddy accused her of stealing a diamond jewelry that was on loan to him from a jeweler. So Clark had been assigned to hold the jewelry as they traveled from New York to Miami. She realized the bag holding the jewelry was missing before they got to the airport, Capricorn Clark said. Diddy went to Miami, leaving Clark with a security guard who questioned her for hours and then searched her apartment. The next day, the security guard picked her up from her home and left her in a locked, vacant office with another man who administered a lie detector test on her. She testified that the man told her at the time that if she failed the actual test, they're going to throw you into the East River. She described him as, quote unquote, very wide, but never learned his name. And remember, she was locked up there apparently for 5 days testing. So she says she took multiple lie detector tests after he accused her of stealing. So she was accused of stealing this diamond jewelry from him. So she was given a lie detector test. She says she was petrified. Okay. At one point, the man administering the test told her she needed to calm down because the results were inconclusive. I mean, she was terrified out of her mind. Okay. She was terrified out of her freaking mind. I don't blame her for, heart racing. She's nervous. They're threatening to take her life. Okay. They're basically saying, "I'm not getting a good reading. You need to, you're what? Okay. I think it's like, you need to calm down or you're going to be thrown in the East River if I can't get a reading on this." This is what Clark recalled saying. So she said, "I couldn't calm down." Eventually, one of the security guards, Diddy security guards, took her home and picked her up the next day to repeat the same process. Capricorn Clark testified she was taken to the same vacant office building for questioning with the lie detector test, or with the lie detector, for 5 straight days. She said she didn't want to do it, but thought the lie detector was the only way to prove her innocence. Clark also said she didn't report the incident to the police because she worked under a non-disclosure agreement. Judge sustained a defense objection to the testimony about the NDA and told the jury to discard that. And by the way, I just want you guys to know, if there is a signed NDA, yes, there's certain things you can't say. But if there's something, if the law is broken, then that NDA is null and void. That NDA doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean a damn thing. So if you're being held against your will, if you're being put into a vacant room with a wide man, it being threatened that you're going to be thrown into the East River if you don't pass this lie detector test, and you're there countless days, day after day after day, that is breaking the law, y'all. So that NDA is gone. There's no reason for it anymore. Okay. After 5 days for tests, Diddy's security told Clark she could return to work now. So she testified that Diddy never asked her where she was during the 5 days and never mentioned the lie detector test to her. She said she didn't know if the jewelry was ever found. And you know what? What if that jewelry? What if that jewelry was actually stolen or was actually in Diddy's possession the entire time? Think about it. Think about that for like 2 seconds. Imagine a world where this guy has that stuff. He has it in his possession, but he just wants to test her. I just want to see how loyal she is. What if he was doing that to break her? It's possible. I just want to see how loyal she is. But he held this woman against her will, locked her up in a place, threatened her life, all those things. And clearly she didn't steal anything. But imagine that, right? If the jewelry was never stolen. He just wanted to see how loyal she is. I could see that actually happening. Grueling hours as Diddy's assistant led to stress-induced alopecia. And well, this is interesting because this one says that she was making $65,000 a year. Still, that's not enough. Still, that's nothing. Okay. For the hours that she puts in. And then they say here too, from 9 a.m. to 4 a.m. The other place said 7 a.m. The other article said 7 a.m. to 4 a.m. Someone's got their facts incorrect. Okay. But Diddy also told her that if she failed to complete any test, she would lose her job, as she testified. She said that on a good night, she got 4 hours of sleep, and that also developed a stress-induced alopecia. Again, she was only making $65,000 a year working for Diddy at one time. That's insane. Clark was due $80,000 for 3 months of overtime, but wasn't paid. Oh, golly. So she continues to testify about her early employment under Diddy, okay, when she was his personal assistant from 2004 to 2006. At one point, a human resources representative from Bad Boy presented Diddy with a sheet that calculated what Clark was owed in overtime, which is $80,000 for a 3-month period, she said. He ripped up the paper, and she was never compensated for the overtime, she testified. He's diabolical, y'all. This mother lover diabolical. So here's something also very important. He used aliases for the hotel, traveled with substances and cameras. Speaking of which, Do you guys remember his mule? Does anybody remember his mule that was arrested? They were basically calling him the white boy Rick, like Diddy's white boy Rick. I forgot his name, but like, you know, he was like Ivy League kid, but he apparently was like the one moving all the weight for him and getting stuff for him and all that. I'm wondering if he's going to testify because he allegedly was somebody who's moving weight for Diddy, obtaining things. You know, he was the one who actually was the one that had the stuff, had the medicine bag on his person. And I feel like that's all that Diddy had him there to be. He was literally like a donkey with substances strapped on his back as he's walking through, traveling through the lands. He's got his donkey carrying all the stuff, all the goodies. And I feel like eventually that guy's going to be called in. I'm assuming, right? He's going to be called in at some point, right? It's weird, but I feel like prosecution can really, really use that guy right now. All right. When Diddy traveled, his rooms were usually reserved under the names Frank Black or Frank White. Capricorn said, you know, this is what she said in the in her testimony. The name Frank Black, we already know about the Frank Black thing, okay? And then also, well, you know, because it was in reference to Biggie Smalls, all right, and who had the nickname Frank White. But he would use Frank White or Frank Black. I would unpack all of his clothes and shoes and personal belongings and put them in their place. Diddy traveled with a toiletry bag, which we already know about as well, that contained a camera box, substances, okay? And it was a camera box which had 4 cameras, along with a small bottle of baby oil and a small bottle of lube. So just in case he's on the road and he just needs an emergency freak off, he can just, you know, he already has those little travel size bottles at his disposal, right? So she said that she would also bring candles to provide lighting in the rooms. After Diddy's stay, Clark said she would sweep the room for anything left behind. She said she sometimes saw damage to the rooms, including handprints left in oil. Interesting. Same stuff we heard from George Kaplan. We'd go back into the space. We'd go and make sure everything, nothing embarrassing, nothing incriminating is left behind. No paraphernalia, no residue, no nothing. And we make sure everything was as clean as we can make it. And if there was baby oil markings and smears on the walls and blah, 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 we'd make sure all those things were taken care of before they went in and started cleaning. Because we didn't want them taking photos to use this against Diddy, to embarrass Diddy and embarrass his brand. We already heard these things before, right? So, yeah, little bottles for a little Tootsie Roll, indeed. Okay. I still am thinking about the Punisher's book excerpt that we read a couple days ago. Like, that's crazy. Just throwing a couple $100 on the bed as he's just going to town with Cassie. Man, I like what you're doing right there, Daddy. Like, and all of a sudden he's like, you know what I mean? Suddenly he's not standing at attention anymore. It's just no. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. But if you haven't seen that, I might have to just cut that piece out and put it on the up here so it could be its own standalone, because you just need to hear the excerpt to believe it, because it's insane. Okay. But yeah, he had little baby oil bottles and little travel packs of lube. Okay. So let's move on. Yeah, I will. K Minnow. I'll do that. I'll make sure I do that at some point today. All right. So prosecutors need to show criminal meeting of the minds to prove conspiracy charge, legal analyst says. So the testimony of Capricorn Clark, okay, we already know it's a former employee, should help corroborate both Kid Cudi and Cassie's testimonies, but the prosecution still has a lot to prove in other areas of the case, including, according to this CNN legal analysis. All right. So it seems to me, this is what former prosecutor Jennifer Rogers said. It says, it seems to me that prosecutors, in parentheses, have decided to start with this bucket. Cassie, her testimony, and then all the testimony that corroborates her. But I think that the jury is thinking about this conspiracy. You need two people to criminally conspire for this racketeering conspiracy to work. Rogers added that she thinks prosecutors need to answer more questions for the jury related to the racketeering conspiracy charge. Yes, I agree with that 110%. Absolutely. They need to start answering the questions more now. Like, they really need to this is when the orchestral music wrap it up B button is hit. We need to wrap it up. We need to get this thing moving, get straight to the racketeering conspiracy charges, and show us that. Show the jury and the court of public opinion that is covering this and watching this. Okay, we're all at the edge of our seats. Show us the proof. Show us the Carfax, right? Give us the information. So you need two people to criminally conspire for this racketeering conspiracy to work. I just want to repeat that again. And she thinks, this prosecutor, the analyst, says she thinks prosecutors need to answer more questions for the jury related to the racketeering conspiracy charge. Those other questions include laying out, quote unquote, where are the other conspirators? Not only who did things for him, like an employee would, but who had a meeting of the minds, a criminal meeting of the minds, that they were all together in this enterprise. That would be a very good thing. As for now, the prosecution may go about proving the alleged criminal acts Diddy committed within his business empire. Rogers said that they need to, quote unquote, identify people within his business who may have been, quote unquote, involved in the criminality of what they were doing. That's another thing that they need to show. Rogers said they can also show that through testimony, with witnesses saying they were directly criminally involved, or by naming others who, quote unquote, knew what was going on. That would be massive. Now, here's the thing. Exactly, Jewel. I was just about to say that. That's what I was about to say. People, what the heck? Come on. Okay, this thing is up now. It wants to work. I was just trying to make the picture big. That was such an annoying thing. But here's the thing. That's exactly what I was going to say, Jules. So thank you so much. Okay, security, assistance. Now, here's the thing. The assistants haven't said anything about them being like a meeting of minds or anything. But what about security? What about all these bodyguards? What about all these people that were there knowing what was going on? What about the guy who jumped in the car with Diddy and Capricorn Clark to go off to allegedly take out Kid Cudi? All of those things, they need to be bringing those things in now. Like I said, they're laying the groundwork right now. Yes, they're showing certain parts of like, yeah, he's holding a weapon. He's got substances. He's doing this, that, and the third. But yes, where is the meeting of the minds, right? Where's the proof of the meeting of the minds? And I think that that is something that would be incredibly important. Again, people who are directly criminally involved, sitting there going like, yeah, you know, we're going to do this. We're going to move this person here. We're going to do this, that, and the third. We're going to have these kinds of substances, right? Oh yeah, you know, let's film these people. Let's make these people do X, Y, and Z. You see what I'm saying? Where is the proof of those things? But again, we're only in week 3. We're only in the beginning of week 3. Maybe they're going to be bringing in more. That's why I was sitting there going, what about that dude who was the mule for Diddy? You know, white boy Rick. I don't remember his name. I think it was like Brendan, something like that. But where is he? Right? Because he could be somebody who could show that. Maybe there was a meeting of minds. How about these other people that worked with Diddy that maybe aren't security? Maybe aren't security. Thank you. Sherb Herb, thank you so much. Yes. Brendan Paul. Yes. So again, it does make you wonder how about those people, right? But again, I understand they're laying the groundwork. They're telling a story, right? They're laying out the narrative and obviously, hopefully going to tie this nicely together with a big old bow near the end when they start to get closer to wrapping up their side of everything. So we'll see what happens. But Gemini, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family, Gemini. And just like Gemini, please consider becoming a member by hitting that join button down below. That'd be greatly appreciated. Let's continue on, though. So that they do have a point. Okay, this prosecutor or this legal analyst, okay, has a good point there. And I think we're all waiting for that moment, right? Ex-employee describes what she says was Diddy's substance use. So she saw him doing X and the about once a week in addition to prescription medication, she testified. So he was on that stuff a lot. This wasn't every once in a while. We're just celebrating. We just, made a couple meal and we're going to celebrate once in a blue moon, once or twice a year. No, this was every week, at least once a week. That's insane. Okay. Rolling like that is insane. But anyway, Diddy's substance use increased over time, she said. A man called, which we all know about One Stop now, because apparently he was selling things to Obama. Barry, why Barry? Barry, damn. But moving on. Okay, a man called One Stop usually provided substances when they were in Los Angeles. The substances usually were delivered to her or to Diddy directly. Diddy asked her to get him some fewer than 10 times, she said. So Clark saw Diddy offer substances to his friends and girlfriends, she said, during a trip to France in 2006. Diddy asked her to get some yayo. And when she asked Combs who it was for, Diddy responded that it wasn't for him. Clark then had the security guards obtain the substances, she testified. Clark also would get prescription substances or, prescriptions for Diddy. Sometimes the prescriptions were made out to her and other times they were made out to Diddy, she testified. And of course, he did that a lot. He would use other people's names and even fake names to get prescriptions, right? So she counted 100,000 euros, $100,000 in club earnings for Diddy, she says. So she recalled a time when Diddy had 100,000 euros that he made from club bookings in Europe. She said she personally counted the cash and believed Diddy kept it in his personal safe in his bedroom, along with substances, tapes, and pew-pews. Let's not forget that too. She told ex-assistant she couldn't have a life while working for him, she testified. Again, same thing. Talking about like, why aren't you getting laid? You know what I mean? Why ain't you got a man, right? She says she doesn't have time. The time she has to herself is to sleep. Brush her teeth, maybe wash her body and sleep, right? So Capricorn Clark recounted a time she was at Diddy's Miami home in the summer of 2006. She said when she arrived, Diddy told her, "I don't care what goes on this weekend. You are not to leave this house." Diddy later directed Clark to escort a guest to another location in Miami. And she said she stayed for about an hour before receiving a call from Diddy asking where she was. Clark said when she returned to Diddy's home, he told her, see, your problem is you want a life and you can't have that here. And again, told her not to leave the house. The following day, Clark said she told Diddy's chef, I hate it here. And the chef relayed that to Diddy. Oh, you evil son of a gun. Why would you say that? He immediately looked at me and he said, you hate it here? And he charged me. What? Isn't it nice when you get more information, right? She said Diddy began pushing her and demanding she get out of his house. Clark said Diddy pushed her about 30 yards, using about 75% of his force. That's a lot of info. He used not a whole 100, just 75% of his force. And he moved me so much that I moved 30 yards. Eventually, one of Diddy's security guards intervened by telling Diddy to stop and telling Clark to go pack her belongings. Clark testified that she left her job after this incident because it was crossing my boundary, but she still came back. She still came back. That's very interesting, though. She said she was there. He said, I don't care what's going on this weekend, but you are not to leave this house. Then she runs an errand for him. He goes, where you at? Get your ass back here, man. The hell you doing? Taking too long. So she goes back, gets back inside the house. She turns to the chef, says, I hate it here. Or, she comes back and he says, the problem is you want a life and you can't have that here. You can't have a life here. You work for me. What I say goes. He leaves. She turns to the chef and says, I hate it here. I just can't take it anymore. I haven't washed my hair in 2 months. Do you understand? The chef goes out of her way to tell this to Diddy. Who does that? You're just in much hell as she is too. You don't think that chef is just sitting there constantly julianing freaking strawberries for her whole entire life for Diddy till freaking 5 o'clock in the morning? She in hell too, but she still went over to Diddy and said that. Have mercy. And then he attacks her. You do not like working for me? And then he goes after her. You don't like being here? Then get the F out. Pack your ish and get the F out. And then she leaves. But again, let's not forget, she came back. Okay. Ex-employee on returning to Diddy in new role after 2006 incident. I didn't want that close proximity. So she says she returned to work for the hip hop mogul after the 2006 incident at his Miami home, but not directly under him. She testified that she accepted the director of marketing position for Sean John Women's line because she didn't have to work directly with him. I didn't want that close proximity in his personal orbit like that. But you still found yourself wrapped up in the situation with Cassie and Kid Cudi and him with a split pants in the crotch, walking around with a pew-pew saying that he's going to take out Kid Cudi. So how did you get in? I need to know the breadcrumbs that led her into that kerfuffle for show. Okay. Okay. So Diddy had final say over Cassie's appearance. I'm sorry. Ex-employee says in 2011, Capricorn Clark was managing Cassie as her creative director. Clark said Diddy had final approval over everything, including Cassie's physical appearance and every opportunity Cassie could or couldn't take. Yeah, he had control over everything. That's not a surprise to us at all at this point. Ex-employee said she worried Diddy would learn of Cassie's relationship with Kid Cudi. So, blah, blah, blah. She had started testifying about Cassie dating Kid Cudi in 2011 in December. Clark, Cassie, and Kid Cudi sometimes would hang out, she said. Okay, that starts to explain a little bit of some things. One time, Cassie texted her asking if they could pick up Kid Cudi. And Clark told Cassie to delete the text because Diddy paid for both of their phones. So, and he's insane. We already know that too. And I'm sure he would go out of his way to get text message records, you know what I mean? And just start reading them because he's crazy. So Clark said she was, quote unquote, very concerned about Diddy finding out about the relationship between Cassie and Kid Cudi. Capricorn then took Cassie to Best Buy to buy a burner phone, she testified. And this, remember, Cassie dated Diddy. Well, we already know about this. He testified, and then, of course, Kid Cudi testified last week that he dated her in December of 2011. He believed at the time that Cassie was not romantically involved with Diddy anymore. But that, I guess, was a full, bold-faced lie. So Clark's voice has been quivering as she testifies. I don't blame her. I'd be really, really scared too. If you know how dangerous the guy is or have experienced how dangerous this particular guy is, yeah, I'd be terrified too, dagnabbit. Diddy showed up at Clark's home with a pew-pew, threatened to unalive Kid Cudi, ex-employee testifies. So one day in December of 2011, Diddy showed up at Capricorn's home, banging on her door. According to Clark, she could see through the peephole that Diddy's pants were split up the inseam from the knee upward. So exposing his underwear. Is he a boxers or briefs guy? I'm wondering. I don't know why I'm not wondering. But still, he seems like he would be a briefs guy. I don't know why. Maybe it's from all the baby oil. But moving on. When she opened the door, Clark saw that he was holding a pew-pew and he was furious. Diddy entered the home, said, "Why didn't you tell me?" As he's talking about the whole thing with Kid Cudi. Clark testified that Diddy, still holding this pew-pew, told her, "Get dressed, we're going to go unalive him." Oh, just say no to drugs, everybody. When she tried to protest, Diddy said, "I don't give an F what you want to do. Go get dressed." So Clark said she was afraid, which I understand. I'd be scared too. An erratic man, half with, split pants, pacing back and forth, looking crazed, with a pew-pew in his hand. Yeah, I'm just gonna get dressed and go. I don't know what else to do at that point. All right, or I'd call 911. That's what I'd do too. And this was the first time Diddy had been in her home in LA. Clark said Diddy was livid, furious, mad at me. I had never seen him with a weapon. I had never seen him making me do something like this, she said. I mean, he crazy, y'all. He crazy. How dare Kid Cudi even touch my woman, right? My plaything. That's mine, right? Diddy's former employee says she called Cassie while Diddy was in Kid Cudi's home. So she was giving more details about what happened after he showed up at her home in December of 2011. She said she and Diddy got into the back seat of a car that one of the security guards was driving. I guess, the weapon was in his lap, she testified, okay? They drove to Kid Cudi's house where Diddy and security guard entered the home. They broke into his crib while he was not there. Remember, also, they said that they moved security cams out of the way so that they couldn't get caught on camera as well, which is insane that they were able to find the cameras that easily, right? But moving on, Clark said that she stayed in the car. She called Cassie. And of course, we already know that they were dating. Cassie was dating Kid Cudi at the time. She called her on Cassie's burner phone. She testified that she told Cassie that Combs, Diddy, had come to her house with a weapon and then gone to Kid Cudi's home to unalive him. She said she then changed the contact number Cassie's contact number, okay, in her phone to the name Stormy. So Diddy wouldn't know she called Cassie. Clark said she could hear someone in the background saying, "He's in my house?" That's what he heard in the background when they were on the phone. And Cassie told Clark, Capricorn, "Oh yeah, I'm actually with Kid Cudi right now." Clark warned Cassie that Kid Cudi was in danger. So, okay, she warned Cassie that Kid Cudi shouldn't face off against Diddy. So Clark testified. She told Cassie, stop him. He's going to get himself unalived. Cassie said she couldn't stop him. Clark testified she understood Kid Cudi was on his way to his own house. When Diddy got back in his car, he asked who Clark had been talking to. He called Cassie's burner phone, which was the last record in Clark's call log. So he just went back and he's like, "Who were you on the phone with? Because I know you were on the phone with somebody. Who you on the phone with?" So he just calls the first name on the call list, right? So somebody picks up. Clearly, he knows it's Cassie. He goes, "B word, what the F is this number?" A short time later, Kid Cudi pulled up next to Diddy's Escalade outside his home and then accelerated away. Diddy's vehicle followed in pursuit. It felt like forever, but couldn't have been longer than a minute, Clark testified about the pursuit. Interesting. We didn't get that piece of information. So Kid Cudi pulls up to his crib because clearly Diddy's like, "Hey, man, I'm here waiting for your ass, man. Where you at? I'm in your crib waiting for you, bruh. I'm here. I'm ready. Sup?" Kid Cudi's like, "All right, then bet. I'm coming through." He jumps in his ride and he drives down to his crib. Diddy did not leave yet. Diddy did not leave. He stayed in the Escalade with Capricorn and the security guard that helped him break into Kid Cudi's home to terrorize his dog and mess with his family's Christmas gifts. Let's not forget that. Kid Cudi pulls up, sees that the Escalade is right there, realizes it's Diddy, and has a second, out of nowhere, change of heart, which I do not blame him. I'd be like, I don't know what's on the other side. I don't know what's inside that car. I don't know if he has a whole bunch of goons in that car. I don't know if it's Diddy all by himself with just Capricorn. All I know is that I'm gonna go. And he gets in his car. He instead of him getting out of the car, he speeds off. And Diddy goes, "Follow that car right now, man." And they speed off, trying to chase him down. Mind you, the testimony that we heard from Kid Cudi, he doesn't say that. We didn't hear that part. Or at least that's not what's been said in the multitude of articles and the inner city presses, transcripts, the shorthand transcripts that we've been seeing as of late. They don't say anything about him pulling up to the crib and then speeding off. They say that he has a second thought. He has a change of heart because he was worried about, he doesn't know what kind of person Diddy has with him. He doesn't know how suited and booted he is. All he knows is that he's mad, right? So that's very interesting. So there was a little bit of a car chase. I swear to God, there's going to be a movie about this on doggone Tubi. Wait for it. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Okay? It's coming. Somebody's got to do this as the gavel strikes. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to do it. As the Gavel Strikes by Tyler Perry. Something. And it's all just reenactments with the testimony at the same time. You know what I mean? Because a lot of this you just can't write. You just can't write yourself. This is real life. This is insane. Yeah, Law and Order couldn't handle this. Yeah, they would do a full season on this, but it'd be like, you know, you'd have like ice tea in the background. So you mean we ain't got the ID on that man's semen? Like it would just be that the entire time. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, you know, you got Mariska. You know, I'm a fan of Law and Order SVU. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying it would be a whole season, 35 episodes, however many episodes they got on that show. Okay, continuous. You feel me? But anyway, I would love, man, please, as the gavel strikes. But let's get back into this. So he pulls off, because I'd be scared too. I'd be like, yeah, I'm about to take him down. You know what I mean? Mad as hell. You want to try to take me out? You gonna mess with my dog? You gonna mess with my dog? And then pull up and go, oh, damn, never mind. Like, I'm by myself. It's not like I pulled up with my people. I'm by myself. That's a, you know, and you know how that LA traffic go. It might, you know, you get enough time to really think about it as you're driving down there. You're like, what? As you're there, because you're stuck in traffic. At first, you're mad and you're playing angry music. You're going, I'm about to F him up. And then as time goes on, because you're stuck in traffic, you're going, well, I mean, you know, this might have been a misunderstanding. It's a little misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. I'm sure we can talk about this. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to lose my life. I make so much good money. Day and night, you know what I'm saying? People still rocking that song, man. Come on now. Let me just try to figure something out. Let me see if I can talk to him. And then he pulls up and he sees the black Escalade and he's like, oh, no. He about to take my life. No, that's real. I'm out. At first, it's like, yeah, man, let's go. You know what I mean? It's that pissing contest BS. You know what I mean? My D is bigger than yours. You know what I mean? And then he pulled up and he's like, actually, mine might be the size of the thimble right now. Let me just go. You know what I mean? It's cold outside. You know what I'm saying? As the gavel strikes. Moving on. Diddy threatened M if police were told about Diddy's break-in involvement. Wow. Hamburger. So now you got him being like, you better not say a damn thing. I'm going to take your mother-loving life if you say anything to the police about my involvement in this situation. You heard me. Don't say a damn thing. You understand? So former employee Capricorn Clark is now testifying about what happened directly after the episode in which she says Diddy and a security guard were at Kid Cudi's home in December of 2011. So Clark, Combs, and security guard went to a nearby nightclub. That's so weird. I'm sorry. Why does it feel like a movie? You know what I'm saying? Why does this feel like a movie? Hold on. So they after this whole high-speed chase, D's like, nah, man, let's go to this nightclub. Let's go to Cheeks real quick, man. You know what I mean? And they pull up and they just sit. What's going on? Why would you be at a nightclub after all this stuff? Angry, you're thinking about taking a man's life. You know, the only way I can calm down is if I'm in a nightclub. It directly after a high-speed chase in split pants, by the way. Let's not forget that. Allegedly, split pants in a nightclub. Everyone's like, oh my gosh, look at Diddy. He's wearing this new outfit. I love it. Oh, look at the new look. It's a new look, everybody. Everyone's going to have a split pants, and you're just going to see polka-dotted briefs underneath. From this point on, it's a fad. It's amazing. You know what I mean? He has a split pants, does he not? Does he not? So he's in a nightclub with his balls out. I'm sorry. Okay. So he's in this nightclub. I'm not sitting here saying that this isn't true, but come on. You split pants in the club. Yeah, split pants in the club. You know, that's now it's a song. He was working on a new track. That's what it is. He just wanted to feel the breeze, you know? between his thighs or something. I don't know. I'm moving on. But his split pants at a nightclub after a high-speed chase going after Diddy. I'm not saying that it's not real. I'm just saying this is very interesting. So let's get into this. So went to a nearby nightclub, she said. He directed Capricorn to call Cassie and tell her that he has me and he's not going to let me go until I come and get her. Remember, he was holding her against her will now. He's like, hey, there ain't no way. There is no way I'm letting you go until you get Cassie back here. You don't get her back here, you sitting here with me. So take your pick. You can sit here with me or you can go and bring her back to me. So on the phone, Cassie responded that Clark should come get her because she folded. And Kid Cudi was nowhere near there, I don't think, right? Because he just sped off. Did he drive back to the hotel? Maybe. But this is interesting. So Cassie said, hey, okay, fine, come get me. So Diddy then said she and Cassie needed to convince Kid Cudi to not tell police that Diddy was involved in a break-in at his home. He tells her, if you guys don't convince him of that, I'll unalive all of y'all in split pants. Yeah. He said it like this with legs wide open and everything. You could just see it all. Okay. You could see pube hair sticking out from the sides. You know, whole leg split, just whole pant leg split open. He's sitting there like this. You listen to me. Just out. Just everything. Just permanent air conditioning right there. Okay. Literally the whole roof of his house ripped off. You feel me? It's like, there's a draft. Ooh, it's kind of cold. Do you know why? Do you happen to know why? Do you happen to You listen to me, girl. Eyes up here, girl. I don't care. They need air dry. Move on. You call her. And if you don't say what I need you to say, you're done. You get her ass right here. Eyes up here, girl. You look up here. Get her back. And you better tell Kid Cudi, do not even say my mother-loving name to the police, or all y'all are going 6 feet under. 6 feet under. I can't even talk. You understand me? Do you understand me? Just saying. Yeah, Moose Knuckles. Moose Knuckles. Okay. He put a whole like cocktail between his legs. He's just sitting there. Now you listen to me. You listen to me real quick. You understand? Just putting his balls on ice. I'm done. I'm done. Okay. Just sitting there. Everything out. Split pants and everything. Didn't even care about that. Okay. Didn't even think about that. But okay. Okay. This is real. Split pants and everything. Split pants and everything. Okay. But let's move on. We're going to go over to, for a second, we're going to go over to, this is amazing testimony. Okay. This is amazing testimony. Hold on. Wait, what is that? Wow. I should unalive you. Hold on. We're going to get to that. Okay. One more. We're going to get to this one too. We're going to get right up to here and we're going to stop there and we're going to go over to Inner City Press because I want to see some of this dialogue. Okay. But imagine, like I said, he's sitting there angry as hell, just split pants. You know what I mean? Whole print. Okay. Just out there looking like a Tootsie Roll with a Tootsie, just twig and berries, this full on imprint. Okay. All right. Crazy, right? So he threatened to unalive in that situation, which we just read. All right. And then Clark says she saw Diddy repeatedly put his feet on Cassie. So she said that after Diddy allegedly broke into his home, into Kid Cudi's home, she approached Cassie, who was still with Kid Cudi. So I guess Kid Cudi drove back to that apartment or that hotel. Capricorn told them, if you tell on him, he's going to hurt us all. So according to Capricorn, Cassie responded by asking her, do you really think he will? Clark said Cassie then went with Capricorn to Diddy's Los Angeles rental home. He was in a robe and underwear. How fortunate, because obviously he had his split pants, so he's like, "F, and I'm just gonna go. We're just gonna go in the briefs now," and immediately began putting his feet on Cassie. Like, that's crazy. So she goes back over there, and then he starts to punish her with his feet. If you get what I'm saying. So Clark said she and a security guard stood by as Diddy repeatedly attacked Cassie. Clark said Combs threatened to hurt her too if she tried to stop him from hurting Cassie. That is insane. And that's terrible. Real talk, all jokes aside, that's terrible. Clark said she left after the security guard told her to leave, and Cassie was still on the ground while Combs continued to attack her. That's terrible. Clark said that she called Cassie's mom, Regina, as she left the property. Please help her. I can't call the police, but you can. And that's what Capricorn recalled telling to Regina Ventura, Cassie Ventura's mother. And then, of course, the mother, Cassie's mom, said she would handle it, and she hung up. Okay, so the jury's shown Cassie's 2011 emails detailing Combs' threats. The jury the jury again saw the email Cassie sent to Capricorn Clark and her mother in December 23rd, 2011, under the alias Veronica Bang, referencing to these threats from Diddy to Cassie and Kid Cudi. Capricorn also testifies she can't remember if she responded to that actual email. Clark also alleges that Diddy said, I should unalive you. After the events of late 2011, Diddy would angrily ask Capricorn why she didn't tell him about Cassie's brief relationship with Kid Cudi. One time, Diddy told her, I should unalive you B-words, and I should cut her face. He testified, or she testified, I'm sorry. She estimated Diddy threatened her about 50 times between 2011 and the following summer. 50 times for 6 months. He just said, I should take your life. I should take your life. In fact, I should take your life. You mess with me, I'm going to take your life. Yeah, he said cutting faces, y'all. That's absolutely crazy. Let's take a look at this. That we went in pretty deep, all right, with everything. So let's take a look at this right quick. And real quick before we continue on, I'm going to take a little bit of a water drink, a little drink break here. And of course, I got some super chats here. But please, guys, if you guys can do me this solid, let me see where we're at. Can we get to 1K? Can we get to 1K likes? I see a bunch of y'all in here. That really means a lot. Hopefully, I'm keeping you guys informed, entertained, and all that. Okay. Hopefully, it's not too boring for you guys. So please hit that like button down below. Please and thank you. If you can get to the 1K, that would really mean the world to me. I mean, there's a lot of y'all in here, and a like don't cost a thing. It just helps the show grow. Okay. Helps it get out there more for people to see. Okay. Then also, of course, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe. Please. All right. Just please and thank you. All right. That'd be greatly appreciated. Let me grab some of these. Nicole B, thank you so much. Do we think Kid Cudi was paid off? He couldn't provide surveillance of either event. Happy Tuesday. Now, happy Tuesday to you too. And thank you so much, Nicole B. Now, I don't think he was paid off. What if he was paid off? I don't think he would have. Well, he was subpoenaed to come in. I don't think he would have been saying any of the information that he did say. So I think he wasn't paid off. Also, if the security cameras had anything, I think that would have been I feel like that would have been added into evidence. I just feel like it would. Um, but I'm curious about that too, about the security footage and why there wasn't a whole lot of it, right? That even if it was a situation of showing the cameras move, like you can't see the people's faces, but you just see the camera move, get shifted around or something that night, I feel like that would help a little bit corroborate his story, right? Corroborate his testimony. But you got to remember, Capricorn Clark isn't making this up either. I mean, you got 3 different people that are all saying basically the same story. It's just different perspectives, right? It's her seeing Diddy break into his home with one of his security guards. You got Cassie receiving a phone call from Capricorn, basically saying Diddy is coming for Kid Cudi and he's going to take him out. With Kid Cudi hearing about that in the background, then calling Diddy admitting on the phone that he's in his home waiting for him getting into his car, Kid Cudi, and driving down there. You see what I'm saying? So all those pieces come together. It's not like they all sat down and said, we're just going to create this big old fabricated lie, right? And this timeline just to take Diddy down. No, this thing really did happen. Okay. 3 people coming together and doing that. Nah, I just don't see it. But again, that footage, even the footage just showing that camera being moved around would be so helpful at this point. Don't you think? You know what I mean? So yeah, I think so. Do you have a brother? No, I don't. No, I don't. They love. No, I do not. But thank you so much for the super chat. Let's see another one. NF show. Did he itty diddy by fitty? That's funny. Thank you so much for the super chat. Black Skate, thank you so much. I wonder if Tubi is going to take the court transcripts and make a movie out of this like they did Jonathan Majors' case. Did they do a Jonathan Majors movie on Tubi? Oh, snap. I need to see that. I need to check that out. Just to see what you're talking about. But that would be hilarious. I wouldn't be surprised if they did this, but I am still kind of curious as to how to get the transcripts. That is the one like mystery that I'm trying to figure out. I am trying to get the transcripts of of all these testimonies because there's so much that we're missing, right? After it's all done, it's all typed out. There's so much going on that isn't getting caught on from all these news cycles, and that's so frustrating. Okay, and so again, I would love to get the testimony, but yeah, I've heard that it's not cheap, and I'm like, I ain't got that kind of bread. You know what I mean? Lauren, thank you so much for the super chat. Splitty Diddy, yep, he did. Vernon, thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate that so very much. And they love Tootsie Roll Fame Diddy's Shame. Yeah. Yeah. That's actually a good title right there. Tootsie Roll Fame Diddy's Shame. That's not bad. But let's get into this here. Again, hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. We're almost at 1K. If you guys can give me that 1K, that'll be really appreciated, okay? Let me get some water real quick, and then we're going to rock and roll. All right. Let us get into this. I had it queued up, but I guess it moved. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Let's just get into the actual testimony. Okay. Welcome back. Call your witness. Okay, Capricorn Clark. So, where did you grow up? Born in San Francisco. Moved to LA, worked for Def Jam, then Death Row Records, a late 90s gangster rap label. What was your relation to Suge Knight? He is the father of my friend's child. Then you worked for Sean Combs. Yes. He's over there in a blue sweater. Oh, he's wearing a blue cardigan. He's wearing a blue Cosby sweater. Moving on. I worked for him from 2004 to 2012. Were you taken? Were you kidnapped? She says yes. Yes, she was. Technically, yes, she was. According to what she says, yes, she most definitely was. When did you first meet Diddy? When I moved to New York City in 2002. We were super platonic friends. A headhunter said I should work for him as a personal assistant. I did until about 2006. Your duties, basically shadow him from wake up to when he goes to sleep, basically. Then what? Then I was the head of women's for Sean John. For how long? About a year. Then the global brand director for Sean Combs. Name and likeness due diligence to actually grow that brand. Then I was terminated until 2016, and I started working for Cassie Ventura. Did you work in this building? Shows a photo of the Bad Boy Records office. She says yes. We moved there in I'd say 2005. Your first day. Where did he take you? He took me to Central Park after dark, along with Uncle Paulie. He looked like a linebacker. He was massive. Does this photo look like him? No, he doesn't have on the blackout shades he wore all the time. What did he tell you in the park? That since I'd worked for Suge Knight, if anything happened, he might have to unalive me. Objection overruled. Proceed. How did you take that when he said that he was going to unalive you if he found out that you could possibly be working for both sides? I took it seriously. It had gravitas. How did you react? I said, I didn't have anything to do with that stuff. Objection sustained. Miss Steiner, please continue. What was Paulie's role? All aspect of Diddy's movements to keep him alive. There was also D-Rock, Roger Bonds, and Ruben. Who's D-Rock? A good friend of Biggie Smalls, running back type of body. Did you ever observe Diddy with a pew-pew? Yes, in my actual home. Did he talk about it? He, Mr. Combs, told Chris Lighty he had a pew-pew. He had a problem with 50 Cent. Were you ever accused of stealing? Yes. I was accused of stealing jewelry. It had been given to me, and apparently it was on a loan from a jeweler. So then it went missing, right? Yes. What did you do? From the airport, I called 1440 and told them to lock it down. What did Uncle Paulie do? He questioned me for 3 hours. So then you went home. Yeah, I went to Queens. Yes. And I was there with Uncle Paulie. He actually searched my home. Where did Uncle Paulie take you after that? 1710 Broadway. It was dilapidated. It was being fixed up. But I didn't know that at the time. Uncle Paulie took me to the 6th floor. The door was locked behind us. There was a 6-foot folding table and a heavy-set man sitting at that table. Can you describe him? Man, I mean, he was big. He was like 5 of me. like the size of two linebackers. I'm not kidding. This guy was big, and he just would not stop smoking. He was a big time chain smoker. Did Uncle Paulie stay? No. Intermittently, he eventually came back. What did the heavyset man say? I was there to actually take a lie detector test. What did he say would happen if you failed this actual test, this lie detector test? He said to my face that he would literally throw me in the East River. Objection. Can we have a sidebar? So they have the sidebar. Miss Steiner, you may proceed. So when he said that, what was his demeanor? Very serious. Man, I was terrified. Did you want to be taking a test? No, I was terrified. I was so scared. I was afraid. How was the test? I mean, you got wires on you. They're asking you all kinds of questions like, did I steal the jewelry? Did he tell you the results? Well, he did say to calm down, that he couldn't get a good reading, and he might have to throw me in. He might still have to throw me in the East River if I keep getting these bad results. Anyone else in the building? Not to my knowledge. Could you leave? No. Uncle Paulie said no. What did Uncle Paulie say at the end? That he'd come back the next day to figure this out? We started again. Another lie detector test in the same location all day. Were you free to leave? No, I was not. How long did this go on for? About 5 days. Did you tell anyone where you were? No. I was just trying to survive it. I worked under an NDA, so I felt like I couldn't really say anything. Objection. Sustained. Jury, please disregard that last answer. What would have you been doing? I mean, if I was there, I would have been shadowing Diddy, Mr. Combs, like I always do. What happened after 5 days? They told me I could return to work and Diddy would see me the next week. Did Mr. Combs ever discuss this with you? What transpired? This whole lie detector test? Did he ever talk to you about it? No. Why did you continue to work with Diddy? See, I'd like to know that too. Why would you go back? Why did you continue to work with the diddler? If I left, they'd think I stole. What were your days like? Oh, man, from his townhouse at 74th Street and 74th Street and Park in the morning to Diddy's house studios at night. That sounds like a long day. How much sleep did you get? On a good day, maybe 4 hours. On a bad day, 2. I got a stress condition now. I was getting paid $55,000 a year to do all of that. Did you ever get paid overtime? Because that's a lot of hours, right? No. I spoke to the head of HR. She said I was owed $80,000 for overtime. But yeah. How did he respond to that information? Well, apparently he saw the paper, he saw the information, he ripped up the paper. Well, did he stay at hotels? Yeah, he would. With whom? Kim Porter, mostly. But it was for like once a week. And that's interesting too, right there. That he would stay at these hotels with Kim Porter at least once a week. And I still think there's still the question of, could he have been having these, you know what I mean? Could he have been having these freak offs with Kim Porter as well, at least once a week? Because, you got to remember, he's doing a lot of stripping. He's got Gina, he's got Cassie, he's got Kim Porter as well. I'm sure he's got other girls as well. So it does make you wonder if he's having other freak offs or smaller, lighter versions of those kinds of, those types of things with Kim Porter or any of these other girls. You know what I mean? So still, Quite curious about that too. So moving on. What names would he book his rooms under? Frank Black, Frank White, and the girlfriends. Mostly they'd stay under the name Jackie Star. What did he say? Intercontinental, or where did he stay? I'm sorry. Intercontinental Buckhead in Atlanta, Beverly Hills Hotel in LA. What were in his bags? Can you tell us what he'd usually have in his bags? Yeah. A camera, small bottles of baby oil and lube, cameras every time. What would you be doing? Watching TV, ordering room service. I'm sorry, keeping up on sleep mostly. Afterward, I'd sweep the room for anything left behind. Was there any real damage to the hotel rooms? And just mostly baby oil on furniture and walls. How frequently would Diddy stay in a hotel with Cassie in 2008? Like once a week at L'Hermitage, the London Intercontinental, several days, and then lots of IV drips. Did he speak to you about his relationship with Cassie Ventura? Yes. Miss London was there. Chef Jordan in the other room. He called Cassie over, asked her to walk there. Hand me that, go back to the other room, and she did it. What did he say? You B words won't do that. That's why you don't have a man. So that, of course, is about the conversation that, she's talking about how he's asking, why ain't you got a man? And of course, they're having that whole discussion about her not having any like a romantic life. So then he brings Cassie in and he tells her to walk, he's like, come in here, grab this, take it, hand it to me. And then she leaves, right? And then that's when he's like, yeah, that's why you guys don't like to obey. That's why you ain't got a man. Y'all girls don't like to obey, basically. And then here's the thing. Yes, Miss London was there. And Chef Jordan was in the other room. So who is Miss London? That's one thing I'm wondering about too. Is this Laura London? I don't know. But who's Miss London? I'm quite curious about that. Moving on. Because there's a lot of rumors about Laura London and Diddy as well. Or there's some rumors circulating out here. Okay. So I don't know. Moving on. So after he said that to you, what did you say? I said, your mother effing right. Wow. Okay. Did you observe Diddy obtain substances? A girlfriend in New York, in LA, from One Stop. You got other substances as well, like E and M, delivered to Puff or to me. So yeah, he obtained a lot of substances. Did he ask you to get substances for him? Yeah, but mostly it was about E. And in the south of France, yeah, he asked me to go get some yayo, but I said, for who? Well, why did you ask that? Because I wasn't going to do it, given how my mother passed away. Objection, sidebar, and they go into another sidebar. I guess she OD'd, maybe her mom maybe OD'd. So they're back. So who did Diddy say the substances were for? He said, not me. It's not for me. It's for somebody else. Did you get them? Yes. Through the Spanish security guard. He also got some prescription drugs in my name. They were in a toiletry bag I'd carry, or they were with security most of the time. What about bulk cash? Yeah. 100,000 euros. And that was just after coming back from Europe. Where did he get it? From club bookings in Europe. He'd keep it, then give it to security, then into his bedroom, personal safe. Any violence, you see? I saw a lot of fighting. Was Diddy violent to you? Yeah, he was. At Star Island, he told me, if you're not to leave, you are not to leave this house. Pharrell Williams was brought in by boat. I returned Mr. Walker to Palm Island. He called and said, "Where the F are you? You can't have a life." Now, Pharrell Williams in the chat. Pharrell, because I'm happy. Okay, interesting. Was brought in by boat. I had to return Mr. Walker to Palm Island. He then called because she was gone for too long and said, "Where the F are you? You can't have a life if you're working for me," basically. One time I asked the chef if there was turkey bacon. She said, "No effing turkey bacon." I said, "I hate it here." The chef told Combs, and he pushed me again and again. What did he say? He said, "If you hate it here, get the F out of here." Did you leave your employment? I most definitely did. It was too far. But you returned. Yeah, I did. As a global brand director. But why? He was impressed by what I did in the job I'd left for. A couple of albums. He said, "You wouldn't have to work directly for me." He said, "I know we got our issues, but don't worry, you don't have to work directly for me." What were you doing for Cassie? Managing her image, maximize the optics for her, for Sean Combs. He had final approval on everything. He controlled her. In LA, where did you live? A gated community. We had followed Kim Porter there. Where was Cassie Ventura? In New York, on the West End. She would come to LA and stay with him or with me or in a hotel. Who else was Cassie seeing at that time? She was dating Kid Cudi. How do you learn about that? She brought him to my apartment. What did she say? She texted me that we're going to this public place in LA. I told her it was a really bad idea and that she should delete this text. Why? Because if Diddy learned about Kid Cudi, Diddy paid for my phone and hers so he could see everything. I took Cassie to Best Buy to buy a burner phone. When did Diddy return to town? Not long after. He took Cassie to a hotel, the Cipriani. And then December 22nd, 2011, between 5:30 and 6 a.m., there was a banging at my door. What did you see through the peephole? A furious puff. Objection. Just ask another question, please, Miss Steiner. What was his movement? Pacing with something in his hand. Did you open the door eventually? Oh, yeah, I did. What was he wearing? A button-down sweater, torn pants, and he was holding a pew-pew. He came into my apartment and said, "Why didn't you tell me? Who is Scott?" I said, "I don't know any Scott." What did she say? What did he say? "We're going to go and kill this N-word." Where was the pew-pew? In his hand. I said, "I didn't want to go." He said, "I don't give an F what you want. Get dressed. We're going to go and do this." What concerns did you have? He'd never come to my house ever before, and now he's here with a pew-pew. Did you try to escape? No, I most definitely did not. I got dressed. Who joined in? Ruben. We got into a black Escalade, executive class. Where was Ruben? He was in the driver's seat. He was driving the car. I got in the back seat, right hand on the right hand side. Diddy was on the left next to me. Usually, he would have the seat in the front, but he was in the back with me with a pew-pew in his lap. How long does it take to drive from your home at the time to Kid Cudi's home in the Hollywood Hills? If you push it, 15 to 20 minutes. What did Diddy and Ruben do at Kid Cudi's home? They went in. Could you see in? Yes, I could. What did you do? Well, I called Cassie on her burner and I said, Cassie, what the F, or where the F are you? I think, where the F are you? I told her Puff was at Kid Cudi's home. Then changed her number in my phone to my best friend Stormy. What did you hear on the phone? That Scott was at Cassie's, that he was in the background. What happened when Diddy came back? He took my phone and then he called the last number that I used. Then I saw Cudi driving up. Diddy saw my face and said, "That's that N-word right there." We drove off and saw the police driving the other way towards Kid Cudi's home. Puff was pulling himself together. We stopped at the Key Club and he told me to call Cassie. What did he tell you to tell Cassie? That he had me and he wouldn't let me go. How did Cassie respond? She said, okay, just come get me. She was calm. Who drove you home? Ruben. What did Diddy then tell you? To convince Cudi not to say that he had been at his home, okay, or that it had been him at his home. I picked up Cassie. Where did you go? We went to Cudi's and tried to convince him to not file a police report. What did you tell them? That Puff came to my house with a pew-pew. What did you tell them? He said, if you tell on him, he'll hurt us all. What was Kid Cudi's reaction? His mind was blown. Objection. Sustained. Jury will disregard. What happened at the house? When Cassie got back, he was kicking her again and again. How was Cassie? In the fetal position? Did he? Wow, that's insane. Diddy was using his feet on her, okay, attacking her all the way to the street. She was crying silently. That's insane. He was using his feet so hard on her. He was swinging so hard on her that she slowly got pushed out into the street. That's terrible. Where was he attacking her? Her back, her backside, her voice cracks. Where were you? 5 feet away. So was Ruben. What did Diddy say to you? He said, if you jump in, I'm going to F you up too. What did Rube do? Nothing. Who did you call? D-Rock. I told him, tell your brother this to stop Puff. He's attacking the ish out of Cassie right now. I called Paulie too. I said he said he'd take care of it. But Rube did nothing. What next? Did he told me to get the F out too? I left on foot. Could you see her getting attacked? Until I went around the bend. He continued to put his feet on Cassie, and his security, minions, little peons did nothing. That's insane. Then who did you call? Regina, her mom, Cassie's mom. I told her he's attacking the ish out of your daughter. I can't call police, but you can. Why didn't you call police? The mission of the day was to get Cudi. So no calling police. This email, they're showing the email, I guess. Who is this from? It's from Cassie. She wrote that that he would be releasing S tapes about me, and he would have someone else hurt me and Kid Cudi. Do you recall if you responded to this? I don't remember. I don't. Did law enforcement call you? The arson investigators, Cudi had given my name. I hung up on them. I just wanted this over. What did Diddy say to you? He said, I should unalive you B words, and I should cut her face. How many times did Diddy threaten you? I'd say 50 times. D-Rock was there just doubling down on whatever Puff was saying in the moment. That's crazy that he'd be like, yeah. You know what I mean? Cut her face, man. You know, that's crazy. D-Rock was saying that. Moving on. Who's Harv Pierre, the president of Bad Boy Records? I told him Puff had taken me against my will. What did Harv tell you? He said, that's crazy, but it's going to be okay. I got a termination notice. I was accused of not properly putting in for the vacation I was on. That's insane. I was accused of not properly putting in for the vacation I was on. Look at this. So she tells Harv Pierre, what she saw, what she witnessed, what she experienced. According to her, she says, Harv Pierre said, oh, it's all good. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy, girl. I can't believe that happened. But listen, it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. Don't worry. We'll talk here soon. You're safe here. Then later, she got a termination notice because apparently she did not properly do the paperwork saying that she was going to be going on a specific vacation. That's how they were able to get her kicked out of the job. They say, prosecution says, had you put in a notice about a vacation? She says, yes, to Harv Pierre. That's insane. Do you know how crazy that is? They're like, oh, we found a technicality. Oh, she just gave me this paperwork. Oops. It suddenly just fell into the trash can. I didn't see it. I didn't see that. Oh, darn. Sorry, sweetie. You didn't file that paperwork. We didn't see that. I am so sorry. You didn't file that. Oops. Crazy. Did you lose benefits? She says, I lost them all. My health insurance, my 401k, my house, my car. I lost everything. What did Diddy say? That I'd never work again. That he would make sure that he would make me want to do this unthinkable thing to myself. What a butthole. Straight up butthole. Okay? Did you get a job offer? I did at one point, but then it fell through. I literally could not get a job. I was just blacklisted. They shut everything down. So did you settle with Diddy? In October 2012 for objection, may I approach? They're back. Aside from the settlement agreement, did you have any other pending litigation against Diddy? No. Did you go back to work for him? In 2016, no one else would hire me. I was stuck. I needed a job. Cassie had a new record deal with Epic. Who did you have to get approvals from? Well, I had to get approvals from Diddy. Yeah. And Cassie at that time was taking even more substances. Was she still dating Diddy at that time? Yeah, she was. In December of 2023, why did you retain an attorney? After seeing that lawsuit, I was really traumatized by Cassie's civil complaint. Her complaint did not reference me. I reached out to Diddy and said, I want my life back. You took me against my will. Objection. You kidnapped me. Objection. Judge says overruled. Was there a discussion of you working for Diddy again? Yeah, actually, as chief of staff. When did you last speak with Cassie? 2018. And Kid Cudi? Wow. Well, I mean, 2012 maybe? No further questions. Break. Then they say, can I start? Defense says, can I start right now? Judge says, no, you'll get your chance after the break. So they come back from the break. Now, hold on. We're going to get to the defense side, which is very interesting, but it's insane and heartbreaking to hear all that we've heard so far. What Cassie endured, what Capricorn Clark even witnessed with her own two eyes as well. That's some really scary stuff, guys. And the fact that these people, or that Diddy, what is behind all of this, is the person hurting people and all that, is absolutely insane. But let's go into this. All right. And I see a bunch of y'all in here. I appreciate you guys being here. Of course, hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Crush it, do what it do. Okay, let's try to get it to 2K. That'd be awesome. Can we get it to 2K? It helps the show. It helps us get the stuff out here and all that. And it's unfortunate. I mean, of course, this is very dark stuff. Yes, there are some comical things that are happening in here with the split pants and all that. But in all seriousness, it's just insane that you have these stories being told, and these are all being said under oath. Okay, so we either take it for what it is, or this woman's committing perjury. But I really don't think that this woman's committing perjury. I truly believe that what she saw is what she saw. Scary stuff that she saw is what she saw. But we're going to continue on here in just a minute. Hit that like button down below. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, please, and thank you. Okay, subscribe. I may start a little bit earlier tomorrow as well, because obviously there's a lot going on. In this case, in this trial is pretty intense. Black Skate, thank you so much for the super sticker. It's called The Actor That Got Chased Around the City. Oh, thank you. I'm going to look that up. The actor that got chased around the... Hold on. I'm going to look... Hold on. The actor that got chased around the city. And that's on Tubi. I'm looking that up. I want to see how that looks, because it might be a train wreck or it might be phenomenal. Okay. You never know. With Tubi, it's a hit or miss. You know what I mean? That's the same thing I feel about Hulu as well. Sometimes it's a hit. Sometimes it's an absolute miss. But let's continue. All right. This is some crazy stuff. Let me get some water. Okay. Appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Okay. Let's take a look at this. So Diddy forbade Capricorn's relationship with Cassie after the incident. So he tried to split them up, because he's like, well, you're conspiring and you're allowing her to cheat on me behind my back, and you knowing about this. So I don't want y'all around each other. You know what I mean? So after the incident, okay, the Kid Cudi incident, he said that she could not be friends with Cassie anymore, that they could only see each other for work. So she testified that the relationship had changed after that whole Kid Cudi situation. She also said that in early 2012, she informed someone in human resources and Harv Pierre, okay, about the taking situation where she was held against her will, and how Diddy wanted to unalive Kid Cudi, and how he attacked Cassie viciously. Pierre just told her, that's crazy. It's going to be okay. So she was fired in 2012. She said she was being sent She was being sent work while she was on vacation. So she told HR employee, an HR employee, that Diddy was mad at her because she didn't tell him about his girlfriend cheating on him. She was terminated shortly after, she said, accused of improperly taking vacation, like she didn't file properly, letting them know, oh, I'm going on vacay, right? I'm going on holiday. So, did he threaten her career after firing, she says. So, she said after she was terminated, Diddy said that I would never work again, that he would show me that all these people weren't my friends, that he would make me unalive myself. Capricorn testified that she received a settlement through Diddy's attorneys over wrongful termination allegations in the fall of 2012. She did not disclose the amount on stand. Okay, we already read something like that before. They took a short break, so we're back again. So Capricorn retained attorneys after the lawsuit, Cassie's lawsuit against Diddy. And she was testifying that, saying that she was traumatized, okay, that the lawsuit traumatized Clark after she read the Cassie's lawsuit, that scathing lawsuit that we saw, right? So she met with attorneys for Diddy in April of 2024, and then they spoke about the possibility of her working for one of Diddy's companies again. So she met with attorneys for Diddy, and they spoke about the possibility of her going back to work for him again in 2024, which is insane. She sues him, she gets a settlement, and he's still saying, come on back, which is insane to me. She said what was it? Where was it? In 2012. Look. Received a payment, received a settlement in 2012. So even after the fact of this roller coaster ride of a relationship, he still was like, I needed to come back. So even in 2024, they were still trying to have conversations with her about possibly working for another one of Diddy's companies. She said she wanted her life back. Capricorn never heard from Diddy's attorneys after that. She testified that she hasn't spoken to Cassie since 2018. She returned to work for Diddy in 2016 after not finding other employment. She was stuck because he blocked her. This is what she's basically saying. He blocked her from being able to find any other job anywhere else. He said, you will never work in this industry ever again. That's the situation. You will never work in this town again. You'll never get a job, right? So she hadn't been able to find work, and she, quote unquote, wanted to try to get her, quote unquote, life back. So Clark reported to Diddy, and he approved all of Cassie's projects. She also testified that she noticed an increase in Cassie's substance use during this time. Clark left the position in 2018, and that was the last time she worked for Cassie, she testified. So she says she did not speak to either authorities or Diddy about Kid Cudi's car fire. Okay. And this is where this is interesting. So she said arson investigators reached out to her in 2012, asking her to make a statement about the arson incident involving Kid Cudi's vehicle. She said she hung up the phone and did not provide a statement. I just wanted this whole thing to be over, she testified, which is very weird. It makes you wonder, why would she go out of her way to why would she not give a statement? Now, I know a lot of people are speculating that maybe she was the person who did the Molotov cocktail, right? That made the car go up in flames, but there is no confirmation of that, not that we know of so far, right? So that is very interesting. Clark added that she never discussed the arson incident involving Cudi with Combs. She never talked to him at all, which is interesting. Capricorn back on the stand after short break. They took another break. Interesting. So defense confirms meeting with Clark about possible return to Diddy's team. And I think this is crucial too. Because again, remember, this is somebody who is testifying, trying to drag Diddy through the dirt right now with her testimony, which is very bad. It's a very bad testimony. But if you notice, this is somebody who has kept coming back over and over and over again over the course of 16 years. Now, what she's saying when prosecution was doing their direct with her, she's basically saying she could not find any other job. She could not do anything else. She was basically blacklisted in the industry. But Diddy always seemed to give her a job, which is interesting. She would get another job, she'd be there, and then something bad would happen. And also the fact that she was willing to get paid trash pay as well, which is interesting. And maybe this is the reason why her payment never got up to maybe 6 figures, because he felt some type of way about her not telling him about Cassie and Kid Cudi. But it's very odd that she would keep going back. Hence the reason why I think that's what the defense is trying to do. It's like, don't you think it's a little weird that she's now here testifying, trying to make him look like a bad guy, but then in actuality, she keeps coming back? It is weird. Optically, it does look weird, but at the same time, if you can't find another job, I mean, shoot, the world needs more bartenders. But at the same time, I don't know. Just, it's a very interesting thing, guys. But let's get into this. So we're going into the defense stuff. So defense attorney Mark Ruffalo, Janine Garofalo, he began confirming with Capricorn Clark that they had met before. Oh, so Agnifilo Garagos, the Tenny, the daughter, not Mark Garagos, okay, and another attorney for Sean Combs, Jonathan Davis, met with Clark, who brought an attorney and a friend with her on April 10th, 2024. This is interesting. This is tampering. I'm just going to say right now. This is witness tampering. You got to remember, where was he? In April of 2024. Something seems a bit weird, don't you think? Am I the only one that sees something weird about this? This has got to be witness tampering. Okay, so Agnifilo asked Clark to confirm that she told lawyers at the meeting that Diddy, quote unquote, wouldn't be in this mess if he had kept her around. She acknowledged that she probably said something like that as they discussed the possibility of her returning to work for him as his chief of staff. She also told lawyers at the meeting that Cassie wasn't good for Diddy. The attorney who accompanied Clark to that meeting was Brian Friedman. Oh, and if you don't know who Brian Friedman is, okay, if you don't know who Brian Friedman is, he's the one who's actually representing Justin Baldoni in a massive lawsuit against Blake Lively, which I have been covering on my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips, just so you guys know. Now, I haven't covered it recently because I've been basically knee deep in Diddy baby oil, but still, I am covering this. And of course, when this gets thrust into the front of the conversation, we will be talking about it on this main channel eventually. But there's just been a lot of little things going on, even like the BS drama going on with Taylor Swift and Blake Lively is insane, but that is really happening right now. Okay, Blake Lively, in my personal opinion, is going down. Okay, she's in bad shape. But let me just say this really quick. Back into this conversation, and if you want to see my coverage on that, definitely go over to the Pascal Show clips. All right, and subscribe, hit that notification bell, because we are talking about that stuff over there, at least for right now. It will eventually get over here, but I'm waiting for the trial to actually start popping off. And yes, I think Justin Baldoni is innocent. That's what I truly think so far, unless something changes. But right now, he that man innocent. But moving on back into this conversation, that's very interesting that Brian Friedman was there representing Capricorn Clark during this situation. And I'm very interested to see if he's going to have a statement afterwards about their interaction, because in my personal opinion, we're going to read this passage one more time, because this is basically the defense showing proof positive of witness tampering. Like, unbeknownst to them, they're suddenly saying something, and they're clearly showing that there was a conversation because they wanted to get Capricorn Clark on his good side. And if she becomes an employee again, it's like, no, now you got the job. You got the job you've always wanted. You're going to get the money you've always wanted. And guess what? You do this for me, you don't need to testify. Or if you have to testify due to a subpoena, we want you to lie. But you got the gig, you got the money, you got that 6 or 7 figure job, 7 figure a year job that you've always wanted. Just saying. So let's say this again, because they literally just exposed their whole ass, by the way. Whole ass. They really did. Take a look. So Mark Agnifilo just exposed his whole booty by confirming with Capricorn Clark, a former employee of Diddy, that they had met before. So they're like, Capricorn, we've met before, right? So Agnifilo, Garagos, and another attorney for Diddy, Jonathan Davis, met with Clark, who brought in an attorney, Brian Friedman, now we're now understanding, and one of her friends on April 10th, 2024. Now, we heard what we heard in her in the transcripts. They basically said, I sat down with them before because there was a possibility of getting another job at Bad Boy Entertainment or Enterprises or whatever the hell you want to call it. Okay? Agnifilo asked Clark to confirm that she told the lawyers at that meeting that Diddy wouldn't be in this mess if he had kept her around. If he hadn't fired her, this problem would never have happened. He would not be locked up and fighting for his life, right? She also acknowledged she probably said something along the lines of that. She said, yeah, I probably said something like that, as they discussed the possibility of her returning to work for him as chief of staff. So they basically dangled a new gig, a new job, and a new opportunity, more money for her in a new job. They said, hey, come on back. He wants you to come on back. Baby, come back. Right? Interesting, right? And then, of course, in the whole thing, she says, you and Cassie are not good together. You should not have been with Cassie. Cassie was clearly you guys were a nightmare together. It was toxic. It was a bad relationship. So they're saying that she says that she told the lawyers that too. That is true. I said what I said. But it was also an opportunity to get a new gig. Now, yes, this shows that maybe she's trying so bad, okay? That she's trying so bad to get a job again, but then also is bitter, and that she might have more, she might have some anger, pent up anger, that she's willing to testify against Diddy. So there could be a grudge. There could be some sort of thing going on. But at the same time, let's not forget, she did allegedly have a meeting with them about a possible bigger job, a possible bigger opportunity, which also shows that there is possible witness tampering when it comes to her having a meeting with them in April of 2024. Again, she says he wouldn't be in this mess if he had kept her around. She said this because this man was locked up at that time. There was already cops, raiding his homes and all that stuff. Why would they have a meeting with her in April of 2024? Why? Think about it, y'all. Why? In my personal opinion, that is witness tampering. 3 former Diddy assistants have taken the stand so far. Well, okay, we don't need to look at that. Okay, so she says their relationship was 1,000% platonic, because everybody and their mom is probably side-eyeing this like, y'all bumped uglies. Stop lying. Y'all bumped uglies. Okay. But she's saying it was 1,000% platonic. She said Diddy took E in the early stages of their friendship, and his substance use increased over time. So Capricorn Clark texted Cobbs in 2021, admitting past crush. Doesn't recall details or his response. I think they mean Combs. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Okay, guys, this is interesting. Oh, damn. 1,000% platonic, yet in 2021, she admits to him in a text message that she had a crush on him. Oh. Oh, damn. This is so messed up. Why is this happening? So she texts Combs, allegedly she texts Combs in June of 2021. Did you ever know that you're my hero? Sorry. Did you ever know that I had the biggest crush on you before I started to work for you? I mean, that could mean something, and that also could mean something else too. Think about this. Did you ever know that I had the biggest crush on you before I started working for you? She might have been like, I thought you were so cute, and then I started working for you and I changed my mind. But never mind. She continues. She said, we hung out all the time. I played it super cool. I don't think you knew. I just knew for sure that you liked to have me around. She testifies she doesn't remember saying this to Diddy, but recalled reaching out to him in 2021. It's unclear how Diddy responded to the text. In 2021, this woman is broken. This woman be broken. This is a broken woman. Oh, how is this possible? But it makes sense. She keeps coming back. She leaves. I was pushing a boundary. I'm done. 2016. 2018. I'm working for Cassie. Leaves. You know what I'm saying? Like 2024. Still trying to get another job from him to be chief of staff. What in the hell is going on? What the... Hold on. We coming back to this. This is some bullshnish. Okay? This is some bullshnish. Okay. Oh. Fudge. But this is the thing. They're throwing in doubt. This is exactly what the defense is doing. And again, how? Why would you ever, if you saw, I'm sorry. We got to talk about this before we go into the transcript here. You have got to be kidding me. You see a man go completely berserk. All right. He goes berserk, saying he's going to take out Kid Cudi, all that stuff. He terrifies the hell out of you. Then you see him go berserk on Cassie in a driveway. He is attacking her so hard that she is getting pushed out into the road, into the street. Okay? You see all of this, and you still, in 2021, allegedly send out a text message going, I think you're kind of cute. What? Are you sure you weren't taking any substances too at this time? What? Oh, man. Why can't any of so far, a lot of the testimony, okay, regardless of if you're on one side or the other, it doesn't matter if you're Team Diddy or if you're not Team Diddy, it doesn't matter. You just want a straight shooter, okay? You just want somebody to go in there and just be like, this is what happened, this is what went down, blah, blah, blah. And then the defense can go in there and go, yeah, the defense rests. And that's it. Only thing that we've seen so far is Cassie's own mama. That's it. She was straightforward. He extorted us. He blackmailed us, and we had to put out $20,000 to pay him and get a loan to pay him $20,000 because we didn't want those videos out there exposing our daughter, right? What did defense do? They went, yep, defense, we have nothing. You know what I mean? All of these is like, well, Your Honor, I understand that she sent text messages saying she got a crush on my client. Like, that's insane. It's frustrating. Like I said, as the gavel strikes, ba, 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 and everyone, you know what I mean? As the gavel strikes. That's what it feels like now. These left turns are crazy. This has more left turns than a Perry Mason movie. Yes. Let's get into this, though. That is insane. So let's hear what's going on here. Oh, dear Lord. So they come back. Judge says, Ms. Clark, you're still under oath. I'll just want to remind you. And he's not a cowboy. I don't know why that sounded like a cowboy. But moving on. All right. So Agnifilo says, we met in April of 2024. You had a lawyer, Brian Friedman. Does that ring a bell? Yes. I'll stop with the Agnifilo voice. But anyway, yes. She says, you wanted to come back and work for Diddy, right? Yeah, I mean, we discussed it. Yes. You saw Miss Garagos taking notes because she was in the room. Teeny Garagos was in the room. You remember that, right? She was taking notes. She says, yes. You said you didn't think Cassie was good for Diddy. I'm just curious. Why say that? I just thought they were toxic. Tell me about when you were in New York. I was in the Bronx. I absolutely hated it. It was 2002. I met Jeanette, then Mr. Combs. Then in 2001, I was in 2001 was the whole World Trade Center thing. Never forget. Then I met Diddy. He wasn't doing substances at that time, right? I mean, he did at Daddy's house, but it got worse. Correct? Yes. You authorized Mr. Freeman to seek a job for you, right? It was all very procedural, lawyer to lawyer. But you were told you couldn't be given a job in the middle of this investigation, right? Well, I don't remember that. Read this and let me know when you're done. Yeah? Okay. Do you remember saying you had the biggest crush on him? Objection 403. I don't know why they... Objection 403. Okay. Mr. Agnifilo. It's state of mind. It's being offered for the truth. We had a stipulation on this. Sidebar. They come back. You called him Chalk for chocolate, short for chocolate, right? I did. You started with Def Jam, Run DMC. I didn't go back. I don't go back that far. I'm more in the Foxy Brown, Redline, Jay-Z era. So how did you come to work for Mr. Combs? I put my resume on Monster after the World Trade Center thing. He said, will you work for me? I was like, yeah, maybe. He was acting on Broadway and The Raisin in the Sun. I was very impressed. I saw it. It was trash. It was terrible. He was the worst actor in the world. I've never seen anything so bad. It was like watching paint dry. So he had a major part. He was the star. Then I shadowed him on the Vote or Die campaign. My job was to get T-shirts on the celebrities and into photo booths. I'd call them and say Puff wanted them to come. And they came? Yeah, they did. How long before the jewelry missing thing? It was about 4 months. On the 4th of July, he threw a white party at his home on the Hamptons that year with the Vote or Die thing. When did the jewels end up missing? When did that actually happen? After the 4th of July. So the jewelry were still on loan. Oh, so the jewelry, she says, the jewels were on loan. Were still on loan from Jacob the jeweler. So who else got a lie detector? Mike B, his stylist, he too had gone to the street level of 1440 for manicures. The lie detector was the next day. Did you ever tell HR? I didn't. I got fired for 3 weeks. How did you get unfired? I went to work on his 35th birthday at Cipriani to do the celebrity list. So I guess that's how I kind of came back. So 2004 to 2006, that whole time, not all. As his personal assistant, pretty much, then liaison. I was making $65,000 a year for Diddy, then 90 at Jive. Why did you come back to Combs? I had gotten top records for R. Kelly. Diddy said he was very impressed. So he asked me to come back for Sean John for Women. I think I was a very good employee for him. He told you were awesome. He did not use that word. You worked hard for him though, right? Yeah, I did. I absolutely did. Others worked hard for him too, right? Not as hard as me. I did learn a lot from Diddy, almost crying. So she's almost crying doing this. He broke that glass ceiling for us Black people in the business world. Do you need a minute? No, it's just complicated. We'll just take a break. Jury witness and witness out on DNA questions to Inspector Jimenez. Hopefully I'm saying that right. The government's objection is overruled. We asked for a bit longer. We're not able to eat lunch. We're running ahead of schedule. Our case may be closer to 5 weeks than 6 weeks. Ooh, interesting. So we might be a whole week ahead, a whole week shorter here soon. Okay. But moving on, they're back. All right. They proposed to use communications between Mrs. Clark and Mrs. Ventura. We don't see any non-hearsay purpose. There are logistics and photo shoots being discussed. She testified on this direct. So the direct went more negative than we expected. The theory is that Cassie was not permitted to be creative. Then in the future, in what you submit overnight, in the future, and what you submit overnight, blah blah blah. In their defense submission over the weekend, the defense argued the album cover was relevant, right, Mr. Shapiro? He says, yes, Your Honor. Cassie is without her shirt on, with her arms crossed. So let's have Miss Clark come back. Interesting. Okay, so let's bring the jury in, and we're back into the situation again. When you went into the park, it was to Tavern on the Green, right? Yeah, we parked there earlier in the day in the park, and then ran into Nas. When you say he had Cassie spin, who was there? Let me show you what you said. You said Lorianne Gibson was there. They misheard me. When did you first meet Cassie Ventura? I met her with Ryan Leslie because she was dating Ryan Leslie at the time, I'm sure. Why did you not get along with Cassie sometimes? In 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend the longer it lasted. She thought I was being paid to help her. Objection. Sustained. Just try to re-ask the question. What did you see? She went from being a sweet model to being a feisty girlfriend. Do you think she was talented? She had talent, yeah. She was very beautiful, but not talented. She was not. I have good taste. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. Oh, damn. Where's this coming from? Okay, hold on. Hold on. One, for sure, this whole clump right here, this whole post right here is not so great. She went from, so he's like, what did you see in this whole situation? Did you see her? Like she was was she a timid, sweet girl? Or what did you see? When you say she changed, what you mean? What did you see? Yeah, she went from being this sweet model to just being this feisty, entitled girlfriend. She just looked at me like I was the help. So then he says, do you think she was talented? She had talent. And yeah, she's very beautiful, but not talented, right? She was not. I have good taste. Talented to me is Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. Cassie was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized. Oh, my damn. Oh, my God. Did she perform live? This is what Agnifilo asked. Did she perform live? A couple of times. Not the greatest, though. Was she a hard worker? At times. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. This is going like it was going like this way, you know what I mean? And now it's just slowly just turning left. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wow. I thought they were friends. What about your friends? You know, like what happened? I thought they were friends. Damn. Yeah, a lot of auto-tune. Yeah, like equalizing, like Britney Spears. I'm sorry, guys. I know some of y'all are going to be angry, like, protect Britney at all times. But at the same time, it's like Britney too. You know, it's equalizers and auto-tune and a lot of process stuff to make somebody sound good. You know, they got a look. They have a look, but they're trying to make the sound go with their face. You know what I'm saying? And that's literally what happened. Oh, with Cassie. Oh, damn. I mean, you know, with all due respect, you know, at least me and you know what I mean? It's a very talky, singy song. She's just talking throughout the song. Yeah, she goes up to the upper registers and stuff like that for 2 seconds, but she's really just it's talky. It's talk singy. You know what I mean? So again, I get it, but damn, there's plenty of artists out there that do the same thing. J-Lo. I'm sorry. J-Lo. Suddenly, the cold. Sorry. But they all do it, right? Let's move on though. Damn, she did. This one left. She said, I have good taste. Oh my God. She said she is not talented. I have good taste. I know what's good and what's not. Okay? Talented to me is Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. Period. She's one of those studio musicians. She needs to be equalized. There needs to be all kinds of extra, filters on top of her voice so she sounds good. Damn. Did she perform live? A couple times, but it wasn't the greatest. So she couldn't even dance like J-Lo. Was she a hard worker? At times. So sometimes she just phoned it in. When wasn't she a hard worker? She preferred to be with her boyfriend. When we moved to LA, after Kim had the twins, 2009-ish, I saw her developing more of a relationship with Diddy, with Mr. Combs. He supported her? Yes. I mean, with stylists, other musicians, all the components to make a star. This is not good for prosecution. Just so you know. And this does not help Cassie's testimony as well. Eesh. But you also got to remember, this was one of her managers. Capricorn Clark was managing Cassie for a minute. But we're going to talk about this here in a second. Did she get more help than others? Capricorn Clark says yes. She got more help than others. Young Jock and other groups from LA. I developed French Montana. Wow. I didn't expect this to go this way. I ran into Cassie. This is what she said. I ran into Cassie. She said she had a new deal with Epic. I dressed her like David Bowie. We did a photo shoot at my house. We wrote a mini movie and shot it for the project. What about Official Girl? Super cute video. King of Hearts, it was fresh. Diddy loved it. He liked it a lot. Cassie had a green wig. Yes. We moved to admit this witness. There's a ceiling issue. You don't remember this email? No, I don't. Here in 2012, you're setting up a recording session for Cassie. Mario Winans was the chairman, I guess, at the time for Diddy. Yes. When did you learn Cassie was dating Kid Cudi? Fall of 2011. I picked her up there. Now, okay. Here's a new one. We're all like, now we're up to date. Okay. You believe that after Thanksgiving, Cassie and Kid Cudi were what? Yeah, I mean, they were getting to know each other. Why did you get a burner phone at Best Buy? I told her you cannot do this on your bad boy phone. Okay, let's go back. Whoo! Insane, guys. Insane indeed. Okay. She's like, she is not talented. Oh my God. She's like, oh, she's good. She's great looking. She's a good looking girl. She has talent, but I wouldn't say she's talented. And yeah, Diddy poured all kinds of money into her, trying to turn her into a star. But he also, I mean, he was vicious on her, man. Real talk. He put all. And the crush on Diddy is so weird, y'all. That is so weird. What would make you go, ooh, I still find him attractive? That's weird, y'all. Prosecutors say they're ahead of their schedule, which of course could be a good thing or could be a bad thing, right? And also got to remember there is one victim number 3 that's not showing up because she's also getting paid off by Diddy, but that's another conversation in itself. Prosecutors say that they're ahead of the schedule. They said that they are so far ahead of the schedule, their case is likely shaping up to last 5 weeks instead of 6 weeks they originally estimated. So this could be ending late June and not early July, which is a big deal. Okay. Yeah, I feel like Gina would be in some serious trouble too, but I feel like it's going to be like that for any person that's speaking out against Diddy. Because again, this is not great for prosecution. And again, the defense can poke holes in her in Capricorn Clark's testimony as well, but it is not a good look too. Let's not forget that. It's not a great look. What Diddy is alleged of doing, period. It doesn't matter if this girl was on and off again. Capricorn was hot and cold with Diddy. Doesn't matter if she even had a crush on him. Yes, that they're pulling those things out to bring reasonable doubt. They're trying to poke holes in her testimony to make her seem like not a reliable witness. But at the same time, she still is. The things that she saw, the things that she experienced, is still noteworthy. The other thing too, just because she may not have felt that Cassie was a talented artist does not negate the fact that she saw and experienced things that Diddy was doing to Cassie or around Cassie. Okay. So again, just because she's saying, yeah, she wasn't that great, she was kind of lazy. She didn't really want to do the work. There are much harder workers out there, does not mean that what prosecution just asked in their direct does not exist. You see what I'm saying? So again, I don't think she's lying. I think she's telling 110% the truth on everything. And yes, I think both things can be true at the same time, right? So I think it's still just a very, very interesting situation. So it resumes. Okay, so they had a little bit of a lunch break. All right, so we're back to it. Again, Clark testifies a relationship with Cassie changed over time. She testified that it started to develop some issues. Their relationship started to develop some issues around 2008. She got a little bit more bravado as being his girlfriend, the longer it lasted. So the longer that it was like Diddy is mine, the more she got cocky, the more she started looking at Capricorn Clark like the help and everybody else around her like the help, right? She went from being more of a sweet model to a feisty girlfriend, but that also could just be from a woman who is taking crap tons of substances and is getting ran through weekly in these freak offs. That could very well be it too, that maybe her attitude and all that changed because of the substance use, and because she felt like she was the lead girlfriend, the number one in his life, when only in reality he had multiple women in his life. And that, I think, angered her, right? That could really change somebody too. And if you add the substances and all that too. Defense attorney Agnifilo asked Clark if she thought Cassie was very talented. She says, I think she had talent. She testifies that Cassie's live performances weren't great. When she returned to work for Cassie in 2016, Clark said her substance use was preventing her from the opportunities that were before us. So again, she was so knee deep in her own dark substance consumption hole that she was losing out on things. But I also think too, from the freak offs, you got freak offs that are going on weekly. It's kind of hard for you to perform, right? Kind of hard for you to be dancing up and down and doing all this crazy stuff if you're constantly getting ran through. I'm sorry, that's the only way you could say it. You're constantly having these events at these hotels and performing for 3-4 days on end. I mean, how can you juggle both of those things at the same time? That takes a lot of energy and time, right? So again, like I said, Capricorn, I think, is just being as honest and as truthful as she possibly can. I really think that I don't think she's lying, because if she was lying, then it would be a landslide for prosecution right now. She'd be like, "Oh, she's very talented," and no, she never got any opportunities to do anything. You see what I'm saying? So before we start saying, "Oh, Capricorn is lying," it's like, look at how she's responding to the defense. She's basically saying, like, Cassie had opportunities, many opportunities, and she didn't get them, or she didn't take them because she was too busy being, being a feisty girlfriend and taking substances all the time. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's just an opinion. All right. So initially, Diddy gave Cassie more resources than any other artist. Again, if Capricorn was here to completely annihilate Diddy, then she'd be committing perjury right now, saying, "Yo, she did not get any opportunities. She was just basically his glorified punching bag." And she's saying, "Nope, she got opportunities. She dropped the ball. She fumbled the bag," right? So look at this. So Diddy made sure Cassie had access to top-tier industry professionals that, quote unquote, create stars, including producers, choreographers, and stylists. This is what Capricorn Clark testified under cross-examination. Cassie had more attention and resources than any other artist signed by Bad Boy, especially at the beginning of her career between 2007 and 2012. Capricorn testified. From my point of view, the lion's share of Diddy was on Cassie in that first block of time. So the whole conversation, the whole focus was on Cassie in the very beginning. Okay, we're referring to the time period between 2007 and 2010. So Cassie continued receiving support from Combs, even as focus shifted on new artists. So again, I guess she was not coming through, maybe. I mean, this is what the defense is trying to create, that maybe Cassie just was not talented enough or driven enough to present hits. At least that's what they're trying to bring out. New artists like Machine Gun Kelly and French Montana were getting a lot of attention at Bad Boy around 2012. But Capricorn Clark said Diddy's former employee, or, that Capricorn Clark, Diddy's former employee, said Cassie seemed to be getting the same amount of attention. Clark said that even though Diddy took a step back around 2016, 2017, she believed Cassie still had some support. So again, maybe it was like she was doing good in the very beginning, and then she just did not really present or produce any hits that were worthwhile. But Diddy's like, but this is still my girl. I still enjoy my time that I spend with her. So I'm gonna, I still need to keep her around. But these other artists are coming in and kicking butt and taking names. I'm putting in money on her and she's not showing up. She's not doing what I need her to do. It's a very interesting situation, or a very interesting piece of info being said here. But of course, Capricorn says Cassie wasn't forced to dye her hair. So, okay, that's interesting. All right. So Capricorn Clark worked as creative director for Cassie Ventura in 2016. Clark helped create a new look for Cassie to show off at the MTV Video Music Awards that year that required Ventura to dye her hair neon yellow. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo asked Capricorn to confirm Cassie was on board with the look and had a say in the decision of dyeing her hair neon yellow. So Capricorn Clark testified that she presented the idea to Cassie who liked it before telling Diddy about it. The defense attorney explicitly asked Capricorn Clark to confirm that Cassie wasn't forced against her will to dye her hair, which Capricorn Clark did. Interesting. Clark learned of Cassie and Kid Cudi's relationship in 2011, and this is what she said. Okay. So she says that she testified that she first learned about their relationship, all right, about them getting to know each other. In other words, stooping around Thanksgiving in 2011. She said that Kid Cudi came to her apartment to hang out once sometime after Thanksgiving. Capricorn Clark said that about a week before the alleged taking of her, she picked Cassie up from Kid Cudi's home after they spent the night there. Stupid. Interesting. 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 So let's go back to the transcript. Moving on. How did you know about the burner phones? How do you know about burner phones in general? I grew up in Los Angeles. Come on. In December 2011, Mr. Combs was at an orphanage in Kazakhstan. I heard it was Russia, but maybe I could be wrong. How did Diddy get into your building? I was told the security guard got fired. So I guess he bribed the security guard to get into her building, to get into her apartment, get to her apartment door. What was his name? Some random security guard. I don't know his name. What did he look like? Black guy, younger than 30 for sure. What was Diddy doing with the weapon? He had it in his hand. He wasn't pointing it at you though, right? No, he didn't. But you told the government he pointed it at you. It says, or waved it around. That's more correct. Where did you change? Where did you change into street clothes? I changed in my closet. Isn't it true you went so that Diddy wouldn't do something stupid? No, I went because he said he didn't care. I didn't want to go. That is a massive difference. Yeah, somebody just asked this too. Did he attack Capricorn too? I'm wondering if he did. I'm wondering if he put his hands on her at all, right? I'm wondering if he did that at all. I'm quite curious about that, but we got to wait for more updates here. But real quick, let me get some of these super chats because I got a bunch from Black Skate, which, by the way, thank you so much for all the super chats. Thank you so much for the super chats, Black Skate. So April 2024 is shortly before he was indicted. Witness tampering? That's what I think. I truly think that that's the case. Why would he go and bring her back in and give her a newer gig? Because I think he knew that she was going to be one of the people to testify against him. To me, that's tampering with witnesses before he even got in trouble, right? That's just what I truly think. He knew he was getting arrested. Remember, he knew he was getting arrested. Let me repeat that again. He knew he was getting arrested. Why do you think he came out to New York? He went out to New York. He started having his last hurrahs, huge parties, hanging out with the people, with his boys, walking through the streets in New York and all that stuff because he knew he was about to get arrested. So he was already preparing for all of this way before. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was already doing that, tampering with people. Hey, I'm willing to give you some money, so you shut up. I'm willing to do this, this, and this, give you a better job with a better salary. All you got to do is not talk, right? So that's possible. Yeah, I was thinking that same thing. Hold on, let me grab that. Where did that go? Where did it go? Yep, Wanda. I agree 100%. There it is. You keep your friends closer and your enemies closer. So maybe that's exactly what he was doing. Maybe that was his whole focus. Let me hook her up, hook him up so that they all shut up. And I don't get in trouble. You know what I mean? plausible deniability, etc. Right? But let me get some more of these other here. Black, thank you so much. And he's confirming the tampering by acknowledging the meeting. Yeah. I mean, the timing's a little bit weird, don't you think? Now, it's up to the prosecution to be able to show that and show proof positive of tampering, but I feel like that's tampering in my personal opinion. But let's continue on. Thank you again, Black. These next 3 chats are all from you, so thank you so much. Diddy's home was raided in March of 2024 for timeline. Yeah. Just saying, following month, he's sitting here going like, hey, come here. Yeah. So about that job, you want it? You know what I mean? Maybe if she's working for me, she won't say a damn thing. And she's seen some things. Oh, let's not forget too. Her name is not mentioned in Cassie's lawsuit. Cassie did not mention Capricorn's name in the lawsuit, but he saw that lawsuit. He knew exactly what was going on. Remember, home was raided in March of 2024. The paperwork, Cassie's paperwork, came out months before that. You don't think he was already putting these things together? Oh, damn. That time when I broke into that dude's house, Kid Cudi's house, yeah, Capricorn was right there. Damn. Oh, damn. I got to do something about that. Because I am breaking the law right there. She did see me with a pew-pew. Split pants and everything. Damn. I got to do something. You don't think? Every person that's been mentioned in any of at least Cassie's lawsuit, he didn't go do his due diligence and try to reach out to every single last one of those people. In fact, we already heard that the feds were saying that he was doing that while he was locked up. He was having phone conversations with people, having them reach out to third parties that he cannot even have, was not even allowed to be in contact with, trying to get them to reach out to these victims and all these witnesses to try to get them to shut up. So again, he got a hold of her somehow. And I think he was tampering for sure. Just so you know, it just do the math, right? So, what in the Stockholm syndrome trauma bonded soul ties voodoo Illuminati witchcraft Diddy got going on? Yeah, I'm wondering the same doggone thing. This is so like I said, this is some wild stuff. But hey, never underestimate the power of money. Money. Man, you're taking this whole truth on the stand too far. It does add to her credibility, though, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree too. Because again, she's sitting here saying, like, the prosecution went up to her, asked her a bunch of questions, and what happened? She answered them. And I think she answered them truthfully. Then you got the defense coming up and be like, so tell me your relationship with her. Yeah, we were cool to a certain extent. Yeah, she was cool at first, very sweet, but then as time went on, she became very entitled and very snobbish and just became, she just started treating me like I was the help and that was it. Like hearing that kind of stuff makes me see that she is being really candid, authentic, and real in her testimony. Yes, it is very like, oh, snap. Like, it's veering off a little bit to the left, but it's not entirely. It just shows that what she's saying, her testimony, is as truthful as it can be for her, right? As truthful as she can remember. But it is kind of wild, the whole sending text messages to him saying, I got a crush on you and stuff. It's very weird. Just very weird. But it depends on how that plays on the jury. You know what I mean? That all depends on that. But let's see if there's any new updates here. Okay, we got a couple. So you'd say that Diddy's a jealous guy. This is what the defense is asking Capricorn Clark. Yeah, he has a really bad temper. So let's talk about this Escalade. Did you pass a security guard? Uh, I saw him in his little hut. So Diddy was behind the driver with his weapon in his lap. You made a so, yeah. So he had a weapon in his lap, and he's sitting in the seat, the back seat behind the driver with this weapon in his lap, and you still made a phone call at that time? No, not then. Did you look at Kid Cudi's door to see if they could get through it? I was not really paying attention. I was so in my head trying to plan my next step. I was praying that Kid Cudi was not in there. Did Cassie have 2 rooms? Yeah. Did Cassie have 2 rooms? What is this? What? Huh? What's going on? What you mean? 2 rooms. What you mean 2 rooms? So Clark denies telling Homeland Security agent that security guard was with Diddy during the alleged 2011 taking. So Agnifilo suggested that Capricorn Clark told an agent from Homeland Security Investigations that Diddy came to her door with a building security guard the morning she says he took her against her will to go to Kid Cudi's home in 2011. On the stand, she repeatedly denied saying that and maintained that a security guard was not with Diddy. Capricorn testified that Diddy demanded a security guard let him into the building that morning, and the guard was actually fired soon after. So you're telling me that this security guard went up and let him in to the building, but he did not have a security guard with him when he was knocking on the door, pacing back and forth. It was just Diddy outside her door, which is interesting. And he apparently had a weapon in his hand outside her door. So that's interesting too. But I guess that could make sense. He could walk in, demand, like, I'm Diddy, you let me in. Or, hey man, I'm gonna give you 10 racks right now. Open up the door. Here's $5,000 real quick. This is all the cash I got in my pocket. Open the door. Just let me in. Give me this. I'll give you $5,000 just for you to open this door. And the guy's like, say less, bro. Opens the door to the building and lets Diddy into the building. But apparently, Diddy was by himself at that door, not accompanied with a security guard. That's interesting. Okay. Crazy. So she testifies she's unsure how Diddy and security entered Kid Cudi's property. So the guy who was driving the car stayed in the car. He went to the front of the house or front of the apartment complex with the security guard and said, you open this door, I'll give you money. Open this doggone door. Let me in the front door. I'm Diddy. You know exactly who I is. Here's the money. Let me in. So that security guard for the building that she was living in opens the door, lets him into the building, the apartment complex. He gets to the door. He knocks on the door by himself while his security guard is sitting in the car waiting. Then he grabs her, forces her in the car with his own security guard, okay, Ruben, and then they drive off, okay? So she was unsure that how they got in, but they got in. That's what she said. She said she saw them get in. She was able to see that they got into the house, okay? So, of course, Agnifilo asked her questions, okay, on how Diddy and the security guard got through the gate surrounding Kid Cudi's property. So, Capricorn Clark testified that she wasn't sure because their backs were to her, and she wasn't paying close attention to what they were doing. I was praying that Kid Cudi wasn't inside there. Insane in the membrane, y'all. So Kid Cudi took. Okay. So Kid Cudi took her to one room and she had another. So you are 100%. You're 100% sure that you called and told them Puff had a weapon. Yes, I said it very quickly. I didn't want Puff to see me on the phone. So I guess Kid Cudi was trying to be respectful, give her some space, give Cassie some space. So he's like, I'm going to let you do you. I'm going to get this room. I'll be right next door. But if you need anything, I'm here. So here's your room. I'll be here in this room. Maybe that's what it was. And then, of course, he's like, you're 100% certain that you called and told them both about Diddy having a pew-pew. And she's saying, yes, I told you. Okay. I told you. Or I told them for sure. I told them. But I said it fast because he was about to come back out and I didn't want to get in trouble. I didn't want to get caught. But she got caught. Let's not forget. She definitely got caught. Black, thank you so much. OMG, why is he admitting Diddy had a pew-pew and broke in? Yeah. I mean, of course, I don't think that there's any denying that Diddy did this part. You see what I'm saying? Diddy most definitely did this part, but of course, they're going to try to hop through some hoops and try to be like, are you sure? Are you sure you called them and said that he had a pew-pew in his hand? Remember what he said earlier, because he said, wait a second. So he was in the driver's seat of the car, or he was in the the back seat behind the driver's seat of the car. He had a pew-pew in his lap. You see it, but you went ahead and made a phone call while you were driving to Kid Cudi's car, to Kid Cudi's house, about Kid Cudi's home being about to be raided by Diddy. You know what I mean? And she's like, no, that didn't happen. That's not how it happened. It happened later. That's not when I called. That'd be insane. I can't call. I wouldn't call, pick up the phone with Diddy with a weapon in his lap. He could hurt me. No, so that was much later. When they finally got to the place, that's when I made a phone call. When they both left the car, that's when I made a phone call real fast. And then, of course, he says, but, okay, that's fine. That's fine. You didn't do it in the car in front of Diddy and all that. Okay, I get that. Okay, fine. But are you sure? Are you absolutely sure? 100% sure that you called them and said that he indeed had a pew-pew in his hand? That's what he's basically saying right there. You sure? You sure? She's like, yeah. I saw it. I called. I made the phone call real fast because I did not want him seeing me on the phone. What else do you need? Do you need more proof? Show Mang. Have mercy. Did you say that Lauren London was on the phone with you and Cassie and Kid Cudi? No. Only part of the time. I wanted someone to know where I was. So she did call Lauren London, apparently, just to let somebody else, a third party, fourth party, know that she was where she was, just in case bad things happen, right? So she says, no, only part of the time I wanted someone to know where I was. What did you tell her? That I'm scared of mountain lions. Mountain lions? I don't know if you know the Hollywood Hills, coyotes, or some of y'all say coyotes. Maybe Lauren was on the phone. Maybe. It's such a long time ago. Oh, man. Are you aware that Lauren and Diddy were friends for years after this? Yes, I was aware. What? Oh, my dear God. So I don't know. I don't know if you know the Hollywood Hills, but there's coyotes, all kinds of lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. Maybe Lauren was on the phone. I don't know. Maybe it was such a long time ago. I may have called her. I don't know. Are you aware that Lauren and Diddy were friends for years after this? Yeah, I'm fully aware. Maybe Lauren London will be called to the stand. And I don't blame her for being scared because here's the thing. I would want somebody to know where I was too. If you got a guy, crazed, lunatic, losing his mind, he's got a pew pew in his lap, he's going and breaking into another dude's home, saying that he's going to unalive that person, you might be stranded on the side of the road in Hollywood Hills. There are coyotes, there are all kinds of different kinds of wildlife that could be very dangerous. Yeah, I'd want to know somebody, right? I'd want to know, would want somebody to know where I was so that maybe I can make a phone call, right? And get picked up fast rather than walking, meandering aimlessly in the Hollywood Hills. You see what I'm saying? I'd do that same thing. I'd be like, yo, let me call one of my boys and let them know where I'm at because I am not gonna end up missing. My face is not gonna be on a doggone missing poster tomorrow. So I would do the same thing. Yo, I'm here. Let me know. Just letting you know where I'm at. So again, it is interesting that she doesn't remember this part. That she's saying maybe it was Lauren on the phone, maybe it wasn't. I don't remember. Right? Yeah. Black, thank you so much. Lauren, yep. Lauren London in the conversation. Somebody called T.I. and tell him to snatch that chain from Nunu again. Yeah, man. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. But yeah, guys, this is a very interesting one. This is very interesting. Do me a favor, guys, real quick. All right, as we wait, you know what I mean? I guess it'll be over, this whole thing will be over. It'll be wrapping up fairly soon. If I'm correct, yeah. So hit that like button down below, please and thank you. Crush it, please and thank you. Don't forget to do that. Hit that subscribe button. Subscribe. All right. But the fact that they're trying to play, this is the other thing too. If you notice, they may be trying to play with her memory. Take a look at that. Look at that last post from Inner City Press. Of course, shout out to Inner City Press. Take a look at this. I don't know if you know about the Hollywood Hills, coyotes, blah, blah, blah. She says, maybe Lauren was on the phone. Maybe it was such a long time ago. So they're sitting there going, oh, well, wait a second. If you don't remember having a conversation with Lauren London, you don't remember her being on the phone, how are you going to remember having a conversation with Kid Cudi and Cassie about Diddy running around with a pew-pew with his pants split open? Can we really trust her testimony? Because it seems like her memory is a little wonky. That's what it seems like what the defense is trying to present here, right? Just by her saying that. And I don't know if he's going to double down, if he's going to attack on that or not. But that is very interesting for sure. Let's see what okay. So Cassie got Lion's share of bad boy resources, Capricorn says. So the career of Combs' girlfriend was an important company goal between 2007 and 2010. In that time, Cassie seemed to receive the quote unquote lion's share of Bad Boy Records resources. So, from my perspective, Capricorn testified, the lion's share of Bad Boy was on Cassie in the first block of time. So she continued doing business with Combs after she was taken. Okay. So the defense presents Clark with emails from work at Bad Boy Records from January 2012, just 3 weeks after she was taken by Diddy. So after that whole Kid Cudi debacle. When asked if she continued conducting business with Diddy, even after telling the jury she was taken against her will and was threatened with M, she responded yes, which still does not make any sense. Why would you stay? Okay. Why, oh, why would you stay? Kid Cudi was on speakerphone with Capricorn Clark when Capricorn Clark tried to warn Cassie. He's in my house? So Clark testified that she had to tip off Cassie that Diddy was armed and hunting for Kid Cudi at Kid Cudi's own house. On the morning that he sought to confront Kid Cudi, Capricorn said she managed to sneak in a call with Cassie on her burner phone. And Cassie just happened to be with the rival rapper, Kid Cudi, at the time, the witness said. Clark said she could hear Kid Cudi on speakerphone reacting to this threat in the background, asking, "He's in my house?" Yeah, I'd be quite shocked as well. I'd be quite shocked as well. Let's hit that refresh and see what's popping, baby. So where we were right here, she was like, maybe I called Lauren London. Maybe I don't know. It was such a long time. It was such a long time ago. Are you aware that Lauren and Diddy were friends for years after this? So it never changed or messed up the relationship. You know that, right? She says yes. Then you see the Porsche coming up the hill. So you see the Porsche going up the hill, right? Says yes. Cudi was in this black Porsche. He stops right next to us, and then he just speeds off. So we all of a sudden just start chasing him. Then he loses us. So we turn away. Then we see police pass us. I mean, real talk, Kid Cudi, I don't blame him, Why go all after that when he's always in the pursuit of happiness? And I know, you know what I mean? I don't blame him. I want him to, I'd want to live. Especially you don't know what's inside that Escalade. Like you really don't. You really, really don't. I don't know if I said this, but I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it again though. So Agnifilo is challenging Capricorn Clark repeatedly as to whether she told Cassie and Kid Cudi about Diddy and that he had a weapon when she called from the outside of Kid Cudi's house. She insisted that she told them about the weapon at the time, speaking very quickly so Diddy wouldn't see her on the phone. I said, Puff came to my house with a weapon. We came to Kid Cudi's house to unalive him. And then she heard, they're in my house. So she testified Cassie had the call on speaker with Kid Cudi so she could hear him yell that. It's like some crazy stuff. All right. Just crazy stuff. Oh, thank you, Webby. Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, don't forget to subscribe as we wait. Subscribe. Don't forget to hit that like button down below, okay? And of course, if you want to support the channel even more, even further, okay, you can hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check that out. Of course, Sorry, I've been talking nonstop for almost 4 hours. So like my getting a little tired, you know what I mean, from the nonstop speaking, but it is what it is, right? Please go check out pascalmerch.com. Yeah, I don't know why Webby came out of my mouth instead of just Wendy, but welcome to being a new subscriber, Wendy. Okay. But yeah, check out pascalmerch.com. Of course, hit that join button down below, become a member if you can. All right. That'll be it'd be great to have your support, guys. Real talk. Yeah, can we talk? I'm gonna be real. The jurors are gonna be writing books. The witnesses are gonna be writing books. I'm not surprised about any of that. Okay, Wanda, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, I enjoy this stuff. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. But it is absolutely crazy. This whole situation, this whole case, this whole trial. And then there's other trials like, well, we don't know what's going on with BK, with Coco. We don't know what's going on with Brian Koberger, but that might be delayed. The judge, I mean, from what I hear, the judge hasn't made a decision on whether or not they're going to delay the trial, all because of mother-loving deadline or dateline. All because of mother-loving dateline, okay? All because of mother-loving dateline. Because they leaked information that apparently shouldn't have been leaked, right? And then, yeah, that's the other thing too. Shannon Sharpe is not off the hook, y'all, okay? Shannon Sharpe is definitely not off the hook. He may think right now that he's off the hook, but that's because everybody's focused on this trial. But once this trial is over, all the interest and all the focus is going to shift right back over to him, right? We still have Pig Vomit, his whole situation, Stephen Stearns. If you don't know the Madeline Soto case, definitely keep an eye on that because I will be covering that when that comes out, when that trial starts, because I want to see Pig Vomit go down. I want to see that mother lover go down. But still, this was supposed to be a blockbuster summer of trials. Okay, you got Diddy's trial, then you got Brian Koberger's trial as well. That's a massive one. The Idaho 4 tragedy, like that is a massive, massive trial that now the defense is trying to delay the actual trial, which I'm very upset about because let's be real, it's been a long time coming. The families want this to be done. Okay, real talk. They really want this to be done and over with. And this is a crazy one. And yes, there is the Karen Reed retrial going on right now as we speak as well. Yeah, see, I would have covered that when it first started, but I was late to start getting it started. And I was like, you know what? It's all good. We'll find out what the verdict is, and it is what it is. Because that one's so polarizing and so many people are losing their doggone minds over it. It's like, just let them cook in that room and let them do what they do. It's so, people are actually going after each other. Real talk in the social media realm. It's a little loco. Okay. Yeah. All right. It's bad. All right. Dorvilia. Thank you so much for the love. Lorianne Gibson and Farnsworth Bentley. Yeah, they need to testify. I would love to see them testify. Okay. Trust and believe. But are they going to be testifying anytime soon? We'll see. We'll see. Farnsworth Bentley has been hit with a lawsuit with Diddy. He's involved in a new wild lawsuit saying that something's going on. Like he apparently was involved in some sort of attack. It's bad. It's bad, but I knew he was going to catch something at some point because, he was with Diddy for a very long time as well. And I'm surprised he's not testifying or he hasn't been subpoenaed. He might. You never know. He might be coming in for defense. You never know. We'll see, though. All right. So you could go pick up Cassie and go where? So of course, after all the chaos, right? So they said, she said, Kid Cudi's house. there was ADT there. Then you go to Diddy's house and you say you see Diddy attacking Cassie with his feet there, okay? And even in the street as well? Yes, he was doing that. He was attacking her. You hung up on the fire inspector? I did. When you were on vacation, it was with who? Rihanna. Okay. Oh, Nana, what's my name? Okay. After you were fired, what job did you get? I was hired by Chris Lightly to work for 50 Cent. Snap. So she was hanging out with Rihanna. Sorry, Rihanna, right? That's interesting. Everybody's name has been dropped in this mug. It's been crazy, y'all. We heard everybody from Britney Spears to Chris Brown to Usher, Neo, right? I think Neo was named, right? Like it's everybody. Everybody and their mama's in this mug. It's crazy. It is crazy. For sure. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Even Obama. Damn it, Barry. Barry. You know? I haven't heard Leonardo DiCaprio's name yet. Not in the trial. Not in the trial yet. Not in the trial yet, but maybe his name will be brought up. I don't know. But Obama, diggity damn. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, I tell you. It's heartbreaking. Or, shocking. Like, are we really that surprised that Obama doesn't like the party? Like, should we be that surprised? You know what I mean? Are we really that surprised? Nah. I don't think we should be surprised. Let me I know some of you guys said this before, but let me share this real quick because we do have some breaking news, or it's been breaking for a little bit. Here it is. While we wait for more info, we're still waiting. Cassie has been sent to the hospital. She is in the labor unit. And hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's good news. Okay. I mean, hopefully it's good news. I mean, she literally was ready to go, right? She'd been ready to go. Yeah. So she is straight in the courtroom for the hospital. It sounds like she may be going into labor. Our sources tell us Cassie has been rushed to the New York hospital Tuesday. She is in labor and in the delivery unit, which is awesome. Another source tells Cassie may be having complications. Oh no. I hope that's not the case. I'm hoping that this one just, goes smoothly and she gonna be all right. She recently testified in the Diddy trial, which we already know, okay, and talking about giving a very intense testimony about her relationship with the diddler. Now look at those pretty kids. Aw, cute kids. Very cute kids. So, yeah, and we already know all about this. She had a baby bump when she was, testifying. Clearly, it's not like the baby grew, to full term in 3 days. You know what I'm saying? We've been known that she's been pregnant for a minute, and I hope that she has a wonderful, smooth birth. And so, congratulations to them. And I hope it's a wonderful, beautiful. I think it's a boy. Beautiful baby boy without any complications. So congratulations to them. Congratulations. That's beautiful. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. Awesome stuff. So let's move back into here. Okay. She is giving, or she's about to give birth. They say she may be dealing with some complications, but we'll see. You know what I mean? We'll see. So I'm hoping she's okay. But here we go. So here you wrote to Diddy, one day you'll forgive me. Anyway, be well. Kisses. Capricorn said, yes, I did send that. Okay, so you wrote on February 28th, 2015, your grace period to be mad at me has surpassed the agreed time, LOL. You wrote that, right? She says, yeah, I did write that. So can you please read this out loud? Sure. So I wrote, she was never my friend. She wanted me gone, and I realized that. Did you think Cassie wanted you gone? And then Capricorn Clark starts crying. Sorry, this is complicated for me. I felt that I was Puff's protector. Oy, oy, oy. Oy, oy, oy. Now I felt like I was Puff's protector. What planet is this woman? What is going on with this world? Everyone's like, he's a god amongst men. You know what I mean? Like, there's all this stuff. I learned so much from him, but he made me do so many bad things, but I learned so much. And when I was hanging out with him, he was like a god amongst men. He was like a shiny, shimmery diamond in the sky. Like, what is going on with people? What the is going on? But okay, I felt like I was his protector. From what, baby? From what? See, I felt I was the only one. I felt I was the only one gone. She was still there. And things were getting worse. I tried to keep professionalism as the goal. What? You thought you could be his protector? It was to move the ball toward the goal, to inspire. I'm hoping that they break this down. One of them breaks this down with more context, because what? Yeah, shining with baby oil, just a big bright bowl of baby oil, just shimmering in the sky. You know what I mean? He was such a monster, but I learned so much. Like, what is this? This is like a demonic, what is he, a demonic Barney or something? I mean, damn. What is going on here? You know what I mean? Is that root work? Yeah, man. We in some crazy, creepy, maybe some witchcraft stuff. I don't know no more. Man. Thank you, Black, so much for the super chat and this one too. Praying for Cassie and the baby. She's only 8 months. Hope she didn't drink out of any cup at the courthouse. Ooh. Well, hopefully she didn't. Okay. I'm sure it's going to be just fine. I'm sure she's going to have a beautiful, healthy, smooth sailing birth. And that's all we can put out there, right? Nothing but positive energy. All right. Because that kid didn't do nothing, right? That kid is just being brought into the world. That kid innocence. Moving on. Dorvilia, thank you so much for the love. Where's Ava Barron? Baroni. You know what? That whole rumor has been destroyed. Okay. That rumor has been destroyed. Apparently she is fine with her family. She was not taken against her will or anything crazy like that. She is doing just fine. But I know that's been an ongoing rumor that she is somebody who has been moved around, that she was teed. Okay. But that's not the case at all. Just so you guys know. All right. That's kind of an old urban legend, if you will. So she wanted to do everything she could to move the ball toward the goal, to inspire, to be his protector. And this is weird too, because this does sound like a little bit like jealousy right there too. Sorry to break it down, but how it's being written is how it's being written. I felt I was the only one gone, and she was still there, and things were getting worse. So once she left, she feels like See, I left, but that girl was still there, and things were still going down, going down in a barrel of burning cat piss. And because I wasn't there, that's why everything went to crap. You don't see that? I left and everything got worse, right? And things were getting worse. I tried to keep professionalism as the goal. This sounds like a little bit of jealousy right here, right? I left, everything went to ish. None of these problems would have existed if I was still there. Okay? I said a demented Barney, guys. I said a demented Barney. I didn't say Barney himself, okay? I love you. I didn't say that. I said a demented Barney. A demented Barney, okay? A demented one. Carrie, thank you so much for the super chat. The goal of the enterprise was to protect his image and likeness by doing or covering up criminal activities. It's a rico suave. Yep. Is a rico. Yeah. And I mean, if you really think about it, how she's talking about this as well. She keeps saying, oh, yeah, if I was still there, you still would have been protected. But since I'm not there, look at the mess you got yourself into. But if I was still there, I would have been able to hold everything down for you, baby. Look at that. Don't you miss me now? And I guess she had a nickname for him. I think it was Chocolate or Chalk for chocolate, which is weird. If I'm reading that transcript correctly, they're like, you called him, it was Chalk, short for chocolate, right? Why would you call your boss Chocolate? You know what I'm saying? That's a name you name, your squeeze. You know what I'm saying? So again, Count Chocula. Blah. Blah, blah. This is weird. Okay? Weird. Moving on, though, because we got a few things. Okay. Yeah, because they're going to be wrapping up here soon, right? They're going to be wrapping up here soon. So did it hurt that he would only take you back because Cassie wanted? She says, yes, I have no parents. My son is autistic. My stakes are higher, sir. How much more? So the judge says, how much more, Agnifilo? Can I talk to the government? Sidebar. So they come back. Just a few minutes and we'll get you out today. Okay? So Capricorn Clark says, thank you, sir. You did a lot of great work with Cassie in 2016 and 2017, right? Yeah, I believe so. Cassie had addiction problems? Yes, she did. What is this? This guy says the substances again. Lord, get this woman home and get her a crab boil. But yeah, this is interesting. This is a very interesting thing because she really seems like she's in her fifis, not only because she loved her job, but maybe they're trying to make it seem like she really had a thing for the diddler. I don't know. Something seems weird. Okay. Something's definitely weird here. But we'll see. Let me go back here. Let's see if there's anything new. So far, nothing. Let's see here. Boom. So Capricorn Clark says she asked for Diddy's forgiveness, breaks down sobbing, talking about Cassie. So Agnifilo entered an email Clark sent to Diddy in September 2014 into evidence, where she asked Diddy for forgiveness. The email was sent 2 years after Combs fired her and about 2 years before she returned to work for him again. In the email, Capricorn Clark wrote that hopefully Diddy will forgive her soon and that she felt like he forgave everyone but her. Other emails were also brought up in court, including one from months later where Clark says she wanted to be his friend again. Clark seemed angry with Cassie Ventura, saying she was clearly never a real friend. Clark breaks down, sobbing on the witness stand, saying the situation was complicated for her and that she felt she was Cassie's protector. She apologized to the judge for crying, but the judge assured her she didn't need to be sorry. So she dodged the fire department, okay, as far as that car fire, Kid Cudi's car fire. So the one time Diddy assistant admitted she didn't help Los Angeles fire investigators in their probe of the car getting torched. When, of course, the firefighters called her in the summer of 2012, she hung up on the investigator and never looked back. She simply said she didn't want to have anything to do with this any longer. It's so interesting. This is so weird. I honestly think this is so bizarre, but this testimony. So again, did she have any addiction problems, Cassie? She says, yes, she did. So you made a short movie with her, though. Yes, it was called Love a Loser. So you wrote to him asking for forgiveness. I wanted my life back, my dream, my competency. But here's the thing, though. I keep thinking, like, do they all of these people really think that this is as good as it gets? Like, this is the only option that they got? This is as good as it gets. It just seems a little bit weird, don't you think? I can't do any better. I can't find another job, blah, blah, blah. It's like there's plenty of other jobs in the world. You're telling me this is the only thing you can do? I don't know. It just seems weird. The sudden need, right? The sudden need to be working for him. And this could be Stockholm syndrome type stuff too, but it's like, or is this solely because he's such a celebrity, he's such a name that they just feel like there's no one better, there's no one greater than this guy. There's no way I could find a better job or a job of this caliber somewhere else. But you mean to tell me, like, wouldn't you rather find a job that respects you, pays you well? Maybe it's not the same glitz and glamour. Maybe you're not standing next to superstars all day long, but at the same time, you'd at least have your integrity. You'd at least have your dignity. You'd at least have your self-respect back. The groveling is insane to me, especially the groveling trying to come back after he was threatening to take another person's life solely because that guy was dating his ex-girl at the time. I mean, that's just, like I said, just dangerous and crazy stuff. Why would you want to stay in that stuff? You know what I mean? But Black Skate, thank you so much. Being serious though, Diddy. Oh, you got another one here coming. Thank you so much. But Diddy was considered a black superhero, one of the few black billionaires, a brother from Harlem who made it. It's sad, but I get it. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people out here that were looking at him at that time like that as well. But if you're seeing the true true maniacal evil, if you're seeing how evil a person is, it should not stop you from, I don't know. There's something about it. It should stop you. It should stop you, my bad. It should stop you from trying to be all up in it. If you see a person and you're saying this is the devil's work, this is evil work, I don't know. I'm not sticking around. I'm gone. In my mind, I'm going to, there's plenty of other jobs in the world. And if it means that I'm not standing next to, a celebrity for the rest of my life, well, at least I have my sanity. At least I have safety. I'm going to keep my life in order and intact, right? So again, it just doesn't seem, it's just so weird. Black, again, thank you so much. Does she have immunity? Asking because I'm 99% sure she did the Emd cocktail, okay, which does help prove RICO, but she won't admit it if she's not protected. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. But that is a very good question. Let's refresh this. Again, like I said, at some point you're going to look at that and go, this man's dancing with the devil, and I cannot stand with that. I cannot be there. I'm out. You don't sit there and go, my life is not the same. I need to come back. That's weird. That's a weird thing, man. What kind of voodoo, witchcraft thing is going on here? Because that's weird, y'all. But moving on, you wrote him asking for forgiveness. She says, I wanted my life back, my dream, my competency. So, defense says, when you met with me, you wanted to work with him again, right? She says, we discussed it. Defense says nothing further. So, Ms. Steiner, prosecution. So the prosecution says, how much was Diddy required to pay you? Judge says, sidebar. And now we're at the sidebar again. Son of a gun. Son of a biscuit eater. But again, very interesting. Yeah, and that's true. Lack of self-respect isn't a crime. You are not wrong with that. But the fact that these particular people keep coming back is the thing that is so wild to me. What makes somebody want to keep coming back like this? Why? Again, I repeat, why? Why would you keep coming back when you're seeing things like this all the time? You're witnessing him put his feet on a... After that, it's like, hey, if you're not going to file it, if you're not going to call police on that you saw that, you're at least quitting the job. After seeing something like that, you're done. That's it. But that's what's so crappy about celebrity. People instantly go, well, I can't do any better. I won't be able to find a better job. And it had all the perks. I got to be around all these big wigs and all that stuff. Okay. Well, what about your self-worth? What about that? Why are people suddenly forgetting that? Why do people check that on the way into their jobs? What, because he's Diddy? Makes no sense. Moving on, Black. Thank you so much again. Look, I said I get it, LOL. Not that I agree. It's some scary movie type ish going on, and I want no parts. Leave me to my boring, quiet life. Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's like, hey, I saw what I saw. Cool. And I've realized this lifestyle is not for me. I'm out. Oh, you're telling me you're viciously attacking somebody against all the way so hard that their body is rolling out into the street? That's insane, y'all. That's insane. And sad. We got another one. So they had a sidebar. So what happened with the job with Chris Lighty? I'm sorry. Capricorn said he passed away the day before I was supposed to start. Then at Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone. I object. Sustained. Whoa, that's crazy. Leave Puff alone? So Chris Lighty passes away right before she's supposed to start her job. The day before she's supposed to start a job. Then she goes to Interscope, and I guess she was there for a job interview, or she thought it was a job interview. You got to remember, like, there's a lot of filler that we don't have that hopefully these other articles will explain more thoroughly. But I guess she thought that she was going to Interscope Records or Interscope in general to have a job interview. She goes there, and she said it wasn't about a job. So she thought she was there for a job interview, but she walked in and they said, they told me to leave Puff alone. So is that a threat? Was she threatened? So, of course, Agnifilo says, objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Crazy. Hold on. Just seeing if there's any more. He types fast, which I like. But let's take a look at this. Let's see what they say. Yep, she pleaded for forgiveness after firing. So she sent him an email in 2014 and 2015 asking for him to forgive her. She testified earlier in the day that although she was officially fired in 2012 over the vacation she took, that she allegedly filed that paperwork to let them know that she was going on a vacation. She believed Diddy actually fired her because he was upset about her knowledge of Cassie having relations with Kid Cudi. She said she felt like she was a protector for Combs, and he didn't have anyone looking out for him without her on staff. So she felt like she was literally Captain Save a Ho. Yeah, for Diddy. Yeah, real talk. That's what she thought. So it wasn't protecting Cassie. It was protecting Diddy. That email is me pleading like, dude, let it go, she said. And Clark, through her tears, said she was hurt because she believed at the time that Cassie wanted her fired. So she actually thinks that Cassie wanted her fired as well. It also bothered her, Clark said, that she believed Diddy only hired her again in 2016 because Cassie wanted to work with her. So that's confusing. You see here, she was hurt because she believed at that time that she thought that Cassie's the one who wanted her to be fired, to get her out of here. But then Cassie's the one who actually, allegedly, is the one who actually got her hired, got her back into the job. So she literally was like, I am here because I was wanting to protect you. Yeah, she literally went into Captain Save-A-Ho. I said it. I don't care. She really believed that she was trying to save him. Yeah. What planet is she on? I don't know. But it's so confusing, y'all. That is so weird. These dynamics are weird. And she says it was 1,000% platonic. So there was no quid pro quo of the flesh between her and the diddler. Not once. That's what she's saying, at least. So that is weird. I said it. I don't care. So remember, she went to the job for Chris Lighty. He passed away the day before she was supposed to start. So she's back at ground zero, back at the drawing board all over again. So she goes to Interscope thinking that this was going to be a gig for her, a job, right? And then all of a sudden, what happened? She goes in there thinking it's going to be a job interview, and they say, they told me to leave Puff alone. They said, objection. He says, sustained. Then she continues, says, I was blacklisted. Then Agnifilo jumps in again and says, objection, Your Honor. Judge says, sustained. Why did you return to work for Diddy then? So people could see I wasn't disposable. At this level of business, he held all the power. Why did you meet them? So she goes, why did you meet with Diddy and all of them? I'm assuming back in April of 2024. She said, to get my life back. Wow. This is crazy. I don't think you understand how crazy this is. Okay? This is nuts. Again, proof positive that she got fired from the job. She leaves the job. But she wants to go on and move on and live her life so she can work. She goes to the other jobs, which is weird because now I feel like people are going to be like, did he slip something in Chris Lighty's food or something that made him pass away solely so that Capricorn couldn't have a job over with Chris Lighty? She was about to get that job, or she was about to start that job. Dude passes away. So she starts all over again. Goes to Interscope. They say, come on in. Yeah, we'd love to have a meeting with you. They sit down. Somehow Diddy finds out that she's going in there for that job. And they say, as she sits down, thank you so much for being here. But we have a message for you. Leave Diddy alone. That's crazy. So she literally is getting blacklisted from a job. So it seems almost as if the only job she could get is from Diddy. So then next thing you know, she's groveling, trying to get back on his good side again. Just so she can have a job. She has an autistic son. She needs to take care of her livelihood, right? I'm sure she's a single mother as well. That's crazy. Crazy. So that's why the prosecution's like, well, then why did you go back then? Why would you go back? That doesn't make any why? It's like she had no other choice. That's one. But two, she's sitting there saying, because I wanted them to see that I wasn't disposable, that I'm not expendable, that what I do is good. I'm really good at my job. And also at the same time, every place I tried to go get a job at, he had some sort of way of shutting me down and blocking me from getting that job. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Let's see, Black. Child, not she got another job from the only man to mysteriously pass away. I was just literally saying that. I'm just saying. What in the M. Night Shyamalan? Yep. M. Night Shyamalan. What is going on? Yes. What is going on? That's weird because, again, let's not forget what happened to Albie Shore. What allegedly. And what happened to allegedly what happened to Kim Porter. And then Chris Lighty all of a sudden just passes away the day before she's supposed to have the job. That's weird. Now, I don't know how he passed away, Chris Lighty. But again, he passed away. Hold on. Let's see. I'm sure everybody's Googling this too. Oh, snap. Okay. He was found unalive on his patio with a self-inflicted GSW. Yeah. He was an American music manager, record producer. He co-founded Violator, a record label, management, and marketing company. But yeah, he had a GSW. Wow. Found on his patio in the Bronx. That's terrible news. And of course, he not here. And that was the day before she was supposed to start working there. That doesn't seem a bit suspicious, does it? Oh, come on. To get my life back. All right, let's see what else. Diddy controlled Cassie's decisions. Ex-employee testifies. All right. She testified that when she worked for Cassie, Combs was required to approve all of her looks, each of her songs, and every event she went to. She said Diddy would withdraw his support when the couple was fighting. So he wouldn't make any decisions. He'd be like, all right, you want to be a pain? All right, figured out. I'm out. But other than that, he was always like, yeah, put that on. Yeah, shave half your head. Yeah, dye your hair. Yeah. He always was giving the approvals, right? So Clark testifies about difficulty finding jobs after 2012 firing. Under redirect examination, Capricorn Clark said that the settlement she reached with Diddy after her 2012 firing required mutual non-disparagement, and that Diddy signed a letter of recommendation for Clark so that she can go get a job. So she never signed, or Diddy never signed that recommendation letter. Oh, he never signed that recommendation letter, she says. So she couldn't get a job in the industry after that, she said. She also said that in a meeting that she thought she thought it was about possible employment with executives at Interscope Records. They told her to leave Diddy alone, but it wouldn't end well for her, and it wouldn't end well for her. That's crazy. Hold on. Let me repeat that all over again. Sorry. 4 hours of talking. So she said that in a meeting that she thought was about a possible employment with executives from Interscope Records, they told her to leave Diddy alone, and it wouldn't end well for her. That's insane. So, see, of course, the judge strikes that part of the testimony from the record after sustaining a defense objection. Oh, but that's huge. Oh, leave him alone. And by the way, if you say, if you continue giving him problems, this is not going to end very well for you, sweetheart. So wow, that's crazy. Like I said, more filler, more information. So she testifies she continued to look for work through 2015, but wasn't able to find a new job in the industry because she was, quote unquote, blacklisted. The judge sustained another defense objection to her response. She said she wasn't able to find steady work in the industry or entertainment industry, so she started consulting. At this level of business, he holds all the power as related to me, she testified. That's insane. Okay, so Capricorn is off the witness stand and jury is dismissed for the day. Okay. So she has finished her testimony and the jury has been dismissed for the day. Have mercy. Have mercy, y'all. Have mercy, have mercy. So, in the kidnapping, did he carry a weapon? She says yes. This is what prosecution asked. So judge, I guess they got done. They said prosecution's done. So jurors, okay, I know we kept you longer than I said. Thank you. See you tomorrow. All rise. So that is it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even take that lunch break at all. I didn't, but I'm about to smash some food here in just a second or in just a little bit. But nonetheless, okay. Yeah, I didn't, there was no room for a break. There was no room for a break, but it's okay. I was able to go straight through it. I'm going to drink a whole lot of water when I get done here. And that's what it is. Right. But again, guys, I mean, what do you think? What are your thoughts so far with this testimony? Again, I see two different things, and I do believe that two things can be true at the same time. I think that she was giving a very truthful testimony. I think that there was a very long and very complicated relationship between Diddy and Capricorn Clark. Yes, there may have been some sort of attraction, some sort of crush going on there that was never explored. Maybe that's what it is. But I will say, I think that through her testimony on both sides, yes, it shows like a very roller coaster ride of stuff. I also see a lot of Stockholm syndrome-y type of vibes throughout this thing. It's pretty weird, nonetheless. But when you have a relationship of 16 years, a work relationship of 16 years, that is that complicated like theirs, there are going to be peaks and valleys to it. There are definitely going to be peaks and valleys for sure. Now, does this totally exonerate Diddy? No, it doesn't. Does it completely condemn Diddy? Not all the way too. I do see that when it comes to the Diddy, when it comes to the Kid Cudi stuff, it's very bad. Okay, he did those things. I believe that. I believe Capricorn saw what she saw. She experienced what she experienced. She was told to do something at his will. He was holding a weapon. She felt threatened. She got scared, and she was taken. She was taken into the car to be a part of that experience and witness him breaking the law with another person that was there working for Diddy. She worked for him for a long time. There is quite an interesting experience or relationship that they had. She sues him, she gets a settlement, and she still comes back and gets a job. You know what I'm saying? That's weird. Then she gets a job again. Then she leaves for good. But then, right when he's in the mucky muck, after his homes are raided and all that stuff, they're trying to have a conversation on getting her a job back at Bad Boy for chief of staff. That's interesting and weird. What is it? To get on her good side? To get her to not testify? To get her to lie? To commit perjury on the stand? I don't know. But I'm telling you right now, if she was paid off, the prosecution, what she said in her prosecution, or in her direct with prosecution, would not have come out that way. That's what I truly believe. It would have been a completely different. I didn't see anything. I was just in the car. He was totally calm. I didn't see any pew pew in his lap, sitting in his lap. I went with him. They went to the Kid Cudi's house. They disappeared. I didn't see them disappear to where they went to. I didn't see them break in. I didn't see the front door get kicked open or anything like that. I didn't see any of that. I was on the phone calling Cassie to let her know that Diddy is at Kid Cudi's house. That's all I was focused on. She could literally have said all those things, but she didn't. Okay? She didn't. And then when they went to the defense, which they showed a lot of damning things, a lot of questionable things too, because you instantly are going, are you just somebody who's jealous that you wish that you had a relationship with Diddy, that maybe you feel like you should be the one that should have been the star and Cassie should have been, the assistant? Is that what's really going on here? Do you just feel like you're an underappreciated employee that has romantic feelings for Diddy? All those things came out. And she answered those things, I feel, as truthful as she could. Like I said, if she was there to lie, she would have straight up lied through the prosecution and then just been like, yeah, I had a thing for him and Cassie's not talented and she's this, that, and the third. That would have happened. But that didn't. That did not. So again, a very interesting roller coaster ride. Let me get these here really, really quick. Thank you, Black. Did the lawyer accidentally just admit it was a napping? No. That is prosecution saying that. So that's not the defense. That's prosecution. Yeah. Saying that about the napping. All right. Black, again, thank you so much. It seems like it seems like it was all some kind of weird, sick power game with him. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Like, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh yeah, you can come back, and if I decide to give you a job, I'll give it to you. And if I don't want to give you the job, I won't give it to you. How's about that? Right? Diddy really is from the further, ain't he? Insidious. Oh, yeah. Okay. Insidious reference. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's a very interesting one, man. I feel like he is like on I don't know. It's like this weird otherworldly the thing that I can't even explain. It's almost Manson-ish. Okay. Ted Bundy-ish. Right? Where it's like, oh, I'm so enamored by this person. I'm just so enamored and so drawn in by this person. I just can't handle not being in the same room at the same time with this person anymore. I need to be with him. You know what I mean? It's very cultish. It's a very weird cultish vibe. I'm saying it. It's weird. It is weird. But we're seeing it. We saw it with the other assistants, right? I couldn't handle the violence, but he was one of the greatest. It was one of the greatest experiences of my life, right? Now we're hearing it from her. If I can't have him, nobody can. You know what I mean? You won't be protected. You won't be protected, my little chocolate man. You won't be protected. You need me. You see what happened? Soon as I left, look at all the stuff that happened to you. You need me. That's basically what they're saying. She's saying in these text messages. Ain't that crazy? It's weird. And like I said, she would call him Chocolate or Chalk. You need me, Chalk. Don't you understand? Without me, you have nothing. You're lost. Without me, look at what I've done for so many of your clients, so many of your artists. You know what I mean? That's some weird stuff. Sheesh. That's weird. I ain't writing it. This ain't a Tubi movie. This is real life. And I have a feeling, I'm wondering who else is next. I'm wondering who else is on the docket. I don't know who's on the docket right now, but this is gonna be interesting to see who else is next. You remember, we got weeks of this, so hopefully it's a good one. You know what I mean? Tomorrow, of course, I'm looking out to see who's next. Actually, let me see real quick. Maybe they're saying it in some places. Hold on. I mean, here's the thing for sure, though. The napping, it's going to be very hard for them, for the defense to maneuver around that, because that woman was held against her will. Same thing with Cassie. When she's getting dragged back into specific places, especially in that hotel video, you see it in plain sight. It's bad. You know what I mean? Like I said, will Diddy get everything? Will Diddy get charged with everything? No, I don't know yet. I don't know yet, but he will get charged on some. I don't think it's going to be a fully exonerated situation. I will say that, but we'll find out soon enough here. I'm just seeing if we know who's going to be next. Excuse me. But I don't see anything yet. And I know some people will be talking about it very, 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 very soon. But guys, what say you? What's your thoughts? Definitely put it in the chat, in the comments down below, and all that. But of course, this is a very interesting. This is a very interesting situation. Let's see. I guess they're raising concerns. Take a look at this. So they're raising concerns that call restrictions at his prison don't allow him enough time to speak with his lawyers. Okay, after he leaves from the trial, for the day. So apparently he needs to be on the phone with them longer, and he needs to be allotted that more time. Apparently, the judge said he thinks there's been a disconnect between defense and prison officials, and that he would try to help find a solution. So that's interesting as well. They want some more clarity as much as possible. But of course, if there's more any information, because for a fact the trial is still going on even when the gavel has struck. Okay, even when they're adjourned for the day, they're still doing a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes and all that too. Black, thank you so much. Nate the lawyer said he only needs to get hit with 2 of them to get the full RICO. That's interesting. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Nate the lawyer, great channel. Love to get him back on the show sometime. But we'll see what happens here. We ain't done yet. You know what I mean? We got plenty of time left. So tomorrow should be very, very interesting. We're going to we'll be covering it. And I think I'm going to start a little bit earlier than 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So just so you guys know, just be on the lookout for that. So y'all ain't super surprised, okay? Because there's a lot going on and we want to cover it all. Anyway, guys, that is the show. I appreciate you guys tuning in, being a part of the conversation. Thank you so much, okay? If you haven't done it yet, before you get going, hit that like button down below. Crush it, do it a do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you hit that follow button, all right? I'm on all those platforms. Hit that subscribe button here on my main channel. Please and thank you. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there. Subscribe. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. PascalMerch.com. Okay? Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. I'll be talking to you guys very, very soon. Have a great rest of your day. All right? Talk to you guys soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.